Okay, good afternoon all. Welcome to this VAT celebration, and today is World Food Safety Day. So it's Food Standards Saves Lives is the theme. And on behalf of Consultants Consortium of Chennai, I warmly welcome all the panelists and the participants for this webinar, scheduled from 2:30 to 6 p.m. So,
sir, your voice is a little feeble. Sorry, Srikantan sir. I'm sorry, your voice is feeble, sir.
Yeah, I'll increase. So just to give a small briefing on food safety, we all know what is food safety. So World Food Safety Day was unveiled with the launch of this year's guide. The food standard is aimed at recognizing the importance of food standards across the world in keeping consumers safe and in underpinning an equitable trade in food. So the aim is to encourage everyone from the producer to the consumer to adopt and expect food safety standards along the food supply chain. Okay, this will help reduce foodborne illness, which is almost entirely preventable. Okay, that's just this background. I don't want to go into the detail. Let me introduce CCC. So hope my screen is visible.
Visible, sir. Visible.
Yeah, Consultants Consortium of Chennai. It's an association of management system consultants based in Chennai. We are a registered legal entity. Registered under the Tamil Nadu Societies Act as an association. And it's a platform for management system consultants and other allied consultants. It's a sector-specific consultants with experience, skill, and competency. Our objective is to focus on industry education. So that is our primary focus, promoting quality as a part of National Quality Mission. And to promote various management system standards that are needed for all the business sectors. And we are the representative voice of management system consulting community. And we want to focus on knowledge dissemination to the industry on an ongoing basis about standards, certifications, accreditations, inspections, and regulations, etc. So this is basically CCC from Chennai, and we have also formed a Pan-India Management Association, and almost 99% of the job is over. Shortly, we will come out with a logo and other code of conduct law and all that. Very shortly, we will be there. So with this background, we will get into today's program. The first speaker would be Ms. Suniti Todeja. She is a scientist, she is head of Food and Agriculture Division, FAT, from Bureau of Indian Standards, BAS. She is a Human Resource Development. She has more than 17 years of experience in standards formulations activity of BAS. She is involved in the formulation of national standards for processed food products, food and agriculture, with emphasis on food safety, quality, nutrition, sampling, packaging, labeling across the food supply chain. She has worked in management system certification programs in BAS, involved in development of quality management and food safety management system certification schemes for the industry. On deputation as director in FSSAI, Tudeja has worked for the development of sector-specific GHP and GMP, food manufacturing practices guidelines for the medium and small food businesses. Third-party food safety audit regulation, training framework for food safety supervisors and food handlers across all sectors of the food business. Welcome, Suniti, madam. You can take over from here. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you very much. I hope I'm audible. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes,
Loud
ma'am.
and
You're
Clear.
audible, ma'am. You're audible.
Yes,
Can share
thank
your
you very
screen.
much. And I think first of all, I would like to thank the Chennai Consultants Consortium for inviting, BIS and myself to be a part of this. And I think from our side also, one is that heartiest wishes for on the occasion of the World Food Safety Day, and also welcome. And I think we are joined. I'm very happy to be joined, by list of delegates here and the speakers. I'm sure it will be a very educative and a learning seminar. And the theme of this year's the theme of this year's World Food Safety Day is standards. So it is how food standards save lives. So I think it is the importance of the standards. And I will just be sharing my presentation. Just give me a moment. Yes. I hope it's visible.
Yeah, visible, madam.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, so the topic that has been given to me, I just hide my, The topic that has been given to me is on the national and the international standards and regulations. How do they support food safety? So I think one thing good for me is that since I am the first speaker, so sometimes it's like a clean slate for me, So I can speak on whatever and how much, but yes, I would like to stick to my time also and not make things difficult for the subsequent speakers. So I think as a number of, many of you will be knowing that Bureau of Indian Standards actually started as the ISI, the Indian Standards Institution, on 6th of January 1947. With the primary objective of promoting standards, quality control, as well as simplification in industry and commerce. And then under the 1986 Act, we were made a statutory body, and that became Bureau of Indian Standards from ISI. And the revised Act, which was BIS Act 2016, it gave us the status and the powers of a national standards body. So, of course, there are many activities which BIS does, but I think for our today's focus, I will just like to skip this. See that there are the three core activities are standardization, then certification or conformity assessment, and then laboratory. And the BIS laboratories are primarily to support our certification activity. So they do not do testing for, third-party testing is not done. It is for our internal certification activity. And now, since the focus of today's my presentation is on standards, so I think it is also important for everybody, especially the food safety professionals, to know that when we say BIS standards or when we say IS numbers, IS BIS standards, they are not, you could say they are not made by BIS officers or scientists, but they are made by technical committees. So if you look down the line, the technical work is carried out by the division council, sectional committees, subcommittees, and panels. Now, there are a number of division councils in BIS. Now, relating to food, there is a Food and Agriculture Division Council. And then under that, there are various, you could say, subject-specific or sector-specific sectional committees. Now, these sectional committees, they comprise of four main stakeholders. Of course, consumer bodies, they are one of the stakeholders. Then you have government or regulatory bodies. In our case, it is the Food Safety and Standards Authority of India, maybe the Ministry of Food Processing, and even Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Consumer Affairs. So these are our relevant government bodies. And then industry, of course, all the food businesses, including then you have the technologists, where you'll have the R&D organization, you'll have the testing laboratories, you'll have scientific and academic institutions. So all these organizations, they send their experts to be part of these sectional committees, which actually develop Indian standards. And the development, since BIS as the national standards body, we are a signatory to the WTO TBT Code of Good Practice for preparation, adoption, and implementation of standards. So there is, there is a series of steps before a standard gets made. So right from the draft stage, you could say, till it also gets notified in the Gazette, there are a number of public commenting stages also, where it finally, so this whole process, it may take from 6 months to 2 years to complete, depending on the priority that is given to the subject by the sectional committee. Now, as I said, the food per se comes under the Food and Agriculture Division Council, or what we call as FADC. And if you look at the scope of this division council, it is starting from the primary production. So there are standards which have been made on soil management, organic farming, etc., on agricultural inputs, even machinery, even animal husbandry. Then in relation to food, fisheries, food processing, food and feed safety management, biotechnology, drinking water, etc. Now, and the chairperson of this division council is the Secretary of Department of Agricultural Research and Education and Director General ICR. And there are 30 sectional committees. As I said, they're subject specific. And in fact, the food safety related standards, which is the which is more of the horizontal standards, giving the hygiene practices, etc., that comes under the sectional committee of the Food Hygiene Sectional Committee, which is FAD 15. And CCC is also one of the members of the sectional committee. I think they were co-opted only last year. So they are new members of the sectional committee. And then in all, if you look at the entire division council, so they'll have around 800 technical experts. And standards which have been published are 2,200. And some of the product standards are generally under voluntary BIS certification. There are around 20 standards which are under mandatory certification. So if you look at the entire gamut of 2,100 standards, so you may have some as food product specifications. There are standards on food additives. There could even be standards on test methods for various, chemical test methods or microbiology testing of various pathogens. Then, of course, standards on the management systems like FSMS, HACCP, etc., or on the codes of practice guideline standards. Now, coming to what is safe food, I think is, of course, I think you all know. So food safety has also been defined by WHO. In fact, the Codex also says that food safety is related to the occurrence of food safety hazards and does not include other human health aspects. That means malnutrition per se is not part of the food safety. Now, when we talk of food safety, we need to understand that it is easy to understand that what is food safety, that there has to be absence of hazards. But we must understand that hazards are not only happening only by the food businesses, it can happen at any stage of the food chain. So at any stage when the food is being handled, either during farming or during transportation or during retail, during wholesale, during distribution, and even in our own homes, So food safety is thus has to be ensured through a collaboration of all of the people who are involved, whether it is the food businesses, whether it is the consumers, whether it is the regulators, or whether it's the standards bodies, or even the certification bodies. So they all have a role to play in ensuring food safety. Now, over a period of time, with the opening up of the world trade, the food trade has been increasing. Every year it has been increasing, but it is also changing. So you see that, the food travels a lot, either the food or you could say the raw material for the food, the final product, it travels a lot. Now, the food that is produced in one place may be processed in the second place and then gets marketed in another country. So during all this process, what will happen is there could be a high risk of hazards. That is, there could be high risk of chemical contamination or pathogens coming into food. Then, of course, because of the population, increase of population, there is obviously an increased demand for food. So that means there is a pressure, to increase the food production. Now, with that, of course, there will be more increase of the pest control chemicals, the fertilizers, use of food additives in processing aids, and even the use of GM crops, genetically modified crops. Now, all that will definitely result in introduction of food safety hazards at each step in the food chain. Now, how can this be controlled? So obviously, this has to be controlled. Either the food business itself follows some practices, hygiene-related sanitary practices. They have some programs in place like good hygiene practices or good manufacturing practices, or even HACCP-related programs in place. And then the regulators, they also identify that in the final food product, there has to be, they will prescribe some limits, for say microbial contamination or like absence of pathogens, or they'll have limits for some of the heavy metals or natural toxicants, and even the permitted additives, the permitted food additives and processing aids, their levels, and which are the ones which are permitted, which are prohibited. And even for veterinary drugs also, which the maximum residue limits for pesticide residues. So all this criteria gets fixed, and this is done by primarily the responsible of the food regulator of the country. And in all this, it is very important that there has to be uniform test method. So the test method that is followed by one food business has to be the same as that followed by another food business, and which has to be the same as followed by the food regulator. So in all this, that means you need some documents or you need some guidelines. So thus is the availability or the importance, you could say, of the standards, food safety standards. Now, there are some facts and figures which are as per the statistics, given by FAO, that every year, 1 in 10 people worldwide fall ill from contaminated food. So the challenges are huge. That although children under 5, they make only 9% of the world population, but they carry 40% of the foodborne disease burden. And there are approximately 200 type of, foodborne diseases, which could be foods contaminated with bacteria, viruses, parasites, or heterogens. And in fact, waterborne diseases also form part of this. And then each year, an estimated 5 billion people die around the globe because of infections with antimicrobial resistant microbes. This is also another problem which is there. That is the AMR, or what we call as antimicrobial resistance. So then comes the importance of standards, that is food safety standards. So they will serve as a benchmarking. So that becomes a benchmark, which is for communicating the language. That becomes the language, for communication between two parties, the buyer and the seller. And another is the common language also, which will be then used by the governments or the regulators for taking action against defaulters if somebody is not complying with standards or regulations. And of course, these are the criteria which will say that this is the criteria which will decide whether the food is acceptable or not acceptable to the consumers. And food businesses, depending on where they are in the supply chain, will be responsible for some aspect of the standard. They may not be responsible for the entire aspects. So based on if you're a food manufacturer or you're a storage operator or you're a retailer, you'll have some standards may be applicable to you, which need to be complied. So as I said, food standards are of different types. So they could be terminology-based standards, they could be in terms of codes or guides, they could be in terms of management systems. They could also be product specifications, which will give, the criteria, as I said, like microbiological criteria or the MRLs for, say, the chemical toxicants and other things. And then, of course, standards could be in the form of test methods. They could even be in the form of inspection protocols or sampling test methods. So then we come to the main, the main organizations which are in this field. So in India, FSSAI, which is the Food Safety and Standards Authority of India, that is the statutory body under Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, and again established under the FSS Act 2006, that is the food regulator. And they establish standards, or what actually they establish are regulations for articles of food and to manufacture and to regulate their manufacture, storage, distribution, and including the food that gets imported into the country to ensure availability of safe and wholesome food. Now, how they do that is that the FSSAI is present at the central level, and because food is a concurrent subject, so the implementation of the FSSAI Act or the regulation is done at the state level through state food safety authorities, or you call them as commissioners of food safety. And whereas at the central level, there is what is called as the food authority, which is comprising of chairperson and 22 experts, from different ministries, including consumer organizations, including food industry, and including the research institutes. And they actually decide on the regulations or the standards for which are to be made applicable across the country. Then there is a CAC, which is called as a Central Advisory Committee. This committee is responsible more for the implementation of these regulations. So this is like a body which is the interface between the central, which is FSSAI, and the state, the state food safety authorities. So if we see in terms of the food safety side, that the FSSAI regulations are primarily technical regulations, and they do focus on the food safety aspects. So in the regulations, apart from, they have standards for food products, they also prescribe the food safety limits in terms of the microbial and the chemical contaminants. There are the residue limits. Then they will also give, like, say, you could say for the veterinary drug residues and etc. They are also giving in their regulations. Apart from that, they also have what is commonly known as the Schedule 4 of the licensing and registration of food business regulations. So these regulations provide for the good hygiene practices or the good manufacturing practices across different kinds of food businesses. So part one is more for the smaller food businesses, for the petty food operators and the street food vendors, and part two is for the practices to be followed across all food businesses. Then part three is more specific for the milk, the dairy industry. Part four is for the slaughterhouse and the meat industry, and part five is for the catering, that is the food service sector. And now if we look at the international level, we have two bodies, which are involved in development of standards in the area of food. So we have Codex Alimentarius and ISO. Just be touching briefly about them. Codex is, as many of you may be knowing, that's a UN body. So it's a joint body of both FAO as well as WHO and all national governments. The concerned ministries are generally members of this body. And in India, this is being represented by FSSAI. And the standards which are developed by Codex, they assist the governments in their statutory and regulatory work to protect the citizens from health hazards, etc. And under the WTO SPS agreement, the compliance to applicable Codex standards is generally recommended. And even Codex then works through technical committees. So they have like subject specific committees. So they'll have committees like fruit and vegetables. They'll have a committee on milk and milk products, etc. And they also have general committees, like they have a committee on import and export. They have a committee on food hygiene also. So there are so many general committees and commodity committees. And then they have commodity standards, they have guidelines, they have codes of practice, and they also give the maximum residue limits for pesticide, veterinary drug residues. They also give which are the additives which are permitted in different food categories. So then we come to ISO. Now, ISO is the International Standards Organization, and that develops international standards in various sectors, also in the sector of food. And here the national standards bodies of all countries are members. So India is, as from BIS, India is represented by BIS and ISO, and we are one of the founding members of ISO. And ISO standards are not only for food, so they are for all economy sectors. And so in the area of food products, there is a technical committee which is called ISO TC 34. And under this, there are subcommittees. And there are 17 such subcommittees. So you'll have a committee on tea, coffee, spices. You'll have a committee on even FSMS. So horizontal committees are also there. So under this technical committee of ISO, there are around 916 standards. And in fact, one of the subcommittees of ISO is SC7, which is the spices, culinary herbs and condiments. And BIS holds the secretariat of this committee on behalf of the ISO since its inception in 1916. Now, if you look at some of the important standards, in this area, or the area of food safety, there are many standards, but I would just like to highlight around 6 of them. The first is the IS 2491. This is actually our basic hygiene code, is what we say. And this is very much in alignment with, or you could say it is an adoption of the Codex General Principles of Food Hygiene, GPFH as we call it. And this is for all kind of food businesses, small or large, all kind of businesses. And then there is a HACCP standard, the Hazard Analysis and Critical Control Point, which is IS 15000. And this is also based on the same standard of the Codex. And then, of course, is the FSMS standard, which is the 22000 standard. And this is also adopted as an Indian standard. So we say it as ISO. And apart from this, ISO has also brought out certain standards on the prerequisites, for this 22000. So this is called as a 22002 series of standards. So we have part 1, part 2, part 3, part 4, and part 6. So these have also been adopted as Indian standards. So you will have one for food manufacturing, one for the catering sector, one for farming, one for food packaging, manufacturing, and the other for feed and animal feed production. And this, I think, is just a brief about these standards. I think maybe due to paucity of time, I'll not like to touch upon very much, but just very simply, I'll just say that this standard is like a code, or it's like a guide which actually applies on the various practices to be followed by any food business, relating to hygiene and safety, to ensure that the food is safe for consumption. And so it will look at the primary production, also in terms of the hardware, in terms of the premises, where the food business is located, in terms of its design facilities, personal hygiene, its maintenance, how the operations should be controlled, transportation, labeling also, and as well as training of its employees. And then we have HACCP. HACCP, as I said, is based on the Codex HACCP, and it addresses all food safety hazards, whether it is physical, chemical, and biological. So these are all, you could say, these are all proactive, whether you have hygiene practices or you have the HACCP system, these are proactive standards. And in some cases, they are also mandatory. Now, the HACCP also then incorporates, of course, the 7 principles of HACCP, as we say, along with the prerequisite requirements. And then we have FSMS, which is known as the Food Safety Management System Standard. And this, of course, incorporates the principles of HACCP along with the PRPs, and then also with the management system elements are incorporated in this. This standard has been revised in 2018. And this is used by food businesses. And of course, we have a number of certification bodies which are also certifying against this ISO 22000 standard. And then one indigenous standard, which is there, which is for this, where the street food vendors, is IS 16066. So this is a standard which only tells about the requirements which are applicable to street food vendors. I think, as you all know, in India, this is a very big sector of, you could say food businesses, or you could say an informal sector, where apart from the main challenge in this sector is the food hygiene, So of course, you may find the food very tasty, but we are always bothered about whether, the vendor is, preparing the food hygienically, whether they are following basic sanitary practices, etc. So this standard is very useful to be used as a guide, by maybe the local health authorities, in enforcing proper hygienic conditions. This standard also talks about the minimum, infrastructure which needs to be provided by the local health authorities there, in terms of the availability of potable water, waste disposal, pest control, etc. And then, of course, the practices which are to be followed by the street food vendors. And this is a very simple, easy to understand standard. And this has a like a checklist of 10 control checkpoints. I mean, it has around 50 checkpoints, but these are divided into 10 main headings. So these are the 10 main headings, if you see. So right from the ingredients, the raw materials that the vendor is using, to, how he is cleaning the raw material, to in terms of the utensils that are being used for cooking and serving, then the transport, then how does the kiosk, in terms of the cleanliness of the kiosk, how it is serving it and displaying it. As I said, the quality of the water that is used, whether there is waste disposal, and their own personal hygiene. So all these points, there are some checklists against each of these points, and then there is a grading, for the street food vendors, and they themselves, in fact, they can self-grade themselves also in terms of, say, out of 50, how much you're scoring, whether it's 45, 46, and it will slowly result in an improvement of the vendors in terms of their hygiene requirements. And then, apart from these basic standards on hygiene and, of course, FSMS, the BIS also has published, for different sectors of the food industry, some, you could say, some sort of a hygiene codes which are sector specific. So you have for the fish industry, then you have for the fish industry, the operational cleanliness and layout of market, then even for soft drink manufacturing units, then for fruit and vegetable canning units, even for sabudana manufacturing units, then for milk, and as well as for the indigenous milk products. So in terms of the like for 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐧𝐞 and for khoya and other sweetened desserts, there are hygiene codes. And then for quick frozen foods, for fruit and vegetable, dehydrated fruits and vegetables, for spices and condiment processing units, then hygienic conditions for alcoholic beverages, for edible oils, and even for sugar factories. So these are sector-specific hygiene codes. And even for large-scale bakery, that is biscuit manufacturing, and for processed meat products. So these are some of the important standards, and the Indian standards, I mean, you may have a question, in terms of the role between Indian standards and FSSAI. So as I said, that FSSAI is primarily a regulator. So whatever regulations are part of FSSAI has to be mandatorily followed by any industry and any food industry. And whereas these standards which are brought out by BIS, these are codes, these are for voluntary adoption. And then in case there are some, food business wants to take an ISI mark or a voluntary BIS certification against a system, a process, or a product, then they come to BIS, for taking that mark. And the BIS standards, in case they are for products, I have not mentioned the product standards because that I thought maybe not required, not relevant for today's. So they will have to meet the basic requirements which are given in the FSSAI. And only the other things, which are the additional parameters, have to be then as per the BIS standards, including, say, requirements for HACCP, or as I said, requirement for the basic hygiene as per IS 2491. So as I said, Indian standards are generally voluntary. They are made mandatory by different regulators, and they're sometimes even referred in some specifications, like in tender documents, in purchase documents between two parties, where they say compliance to Indian standards as compulsory. And they are referred in government regulations, and they are again implemented by public authorities in procurement. And there is mandatory certification, as I said, in the area of food products. There are around 20 food products which have been made mandatory by FSSAI to be conforming to Indian standards. So I think that is all from my side. Thank you very much. I'll just stop sharing my presentation. Yes,
Thank you, Suniti ma'am.
thank you.
That was a wonderful presentation on the various food safety standards, principles, guidelines that are available with BIS and how they are related to the international standards. That's a good presentation. Thank you so much. And the next presenter will be this,
Yeah.
There is a
Just
small.
to add on, if I may, can I just interfere? I think one thing I forgot to tell is that all the standards which have been made indigenously are available for free download.
Yeah.
Only the ones which are adoptions of ISO, they are priced publications. But like our street food standard or a HACCP standard or 2491. So if you go to our website, they are all available after registration for free download. Sorry, I stopped you.
Okay.
I forgot to tell that. Yes.
Thank you for that information, ma'am. We all knew BIS is doing a lot of service. Thank you. The next speaker is Ms. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐧𝐝. I'll share the profile. There is a small change in the schedule. Now, Ms. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐧𝐝 will take over as she is the Executive Director of TIC Council of India. She holds a postgraduate degree in food biotechnology and a doctoral degree from IIT Delhi in the area of food safety framework. She has 22 years of experience and is associated with AETS France as an expert to work on EU, ADB, and World Bank projects, WHO, and Quality Council of India. She is an alumni of US Department of State International Visitor Leadership Program on food safety systems. She was associated with NABCB as assessor and other CBs like DNB. She was actively involved in policy advocacy and standard setting through government, FSSAI, BIS, EIC, and other industry associations. She has driven GMP, HACCP, and other standards like 22,000, 9,000, BRC, implementation initiative as auditor, trainer, consultant in various sectors like dairy, catering, packaging, rice, and GAP in peanut. Welcome, ma'am. So should I share your PPT, ma'am?
Yes, if you can share, that will be really good because then I can easily move. I'm okay to, yeah, if you can, yeah, that will be good to share.
Is the screen visible, ma'am?
We still can see the previous PPTs.
It's still not yet appearing. Sir.
Okay.
Okay.
Just
So by the time the PPT will come, I would like to thank Consultants Consortium of Chennai for giving Tech Council an opportunity and giving me the opportunity to speak on the Food Safety Day and World Food Safety Day. And the topic is also very interesting because it talks about the future for food safety. So what we have been, you know, in this era of climate change, in this era where the sustainability is the buzzword, we have issues related to the food safety, which will also become one of the priority area to be looked into the future food scenario and future sustainability ecosystem. So I'll just start with a brief about when we say TIC, what does it mean? TIC stands for Testing, Inspection, and Certification. So it's an association which represents this type of an organization. TIC provides an independent voice of trust. So can we go to the next? Thank you. So TIC Council is an independent voice of trust, and it was created by the merging of the two international organizations, IFIA and CUAC, which were already existing for many years. And TIC was formed in 2016. And it represents more than 160. I mean, this is very much active in 160 countries. and more than 100 member companies are there. When I say member companies, they are the testing laboratories, inspection bodies, certification bodies who are working closely. And also there are associate members, which includes the accreditation bodies and other organizations which have the interest in the standards and conformity assessment system. Tech Council has its head office in Brussels. So Tech Council was established with the vision to provide, to become the trusted voice of the independent testing, inspection, and certification industry, and to provide the best practices, the values within the system. And the focus areas include safety, quality, health, ethics, and sustainability. So the product safety, the commodity safety, which includes elements of food and other equipments and devices as well. So it is the mission is to support the and do the public advocacy to provide effective solutions and protect the public interest on all these 4 priority areas, and innovation, and of course the trade. Trade is the key. Next, please. So now I would like to talk about the changing world. I mean, how the scenarios has been changed in this, you can say, the present situation. I would like to take you a step back. So just if you wonder what food meant for our grandparents, great-grandparents. So I still remember going out in the, on the railways and during my childhood, and we used to carry, bottles, water bottles, filling up the bottles for using the tap water in the railway stations. But now the situation is very different. You get rail neer and other things. So now, if you see the way we think of food and the way our great-grandparents used to think about the food is now changed. There has been a paradigm shift, and it is another 10 years down the line, 20 years down the line. Again, the entire facet of the food choices, the food ecosystem is going to have a paradigm shift. At present, we have a myriad of choices. We have the health conscious choices. We have different cuisines which are available. There is nothing which is not, when you can order, in seconds. You can just use your phone, sit in the home, and you get the food from the restaurant. So it's like entire scenario is not what it used to be. Say 15 years down the line, and to add on, the situation post-COVID for the food is completely changed. Now, ingredients, for example, if I order a pizza, as Suniti madam was saying, that the ingredients are like not for the food which I'm taking in Delhi or food you are taking in Chennai doesn't come from local only, like from Chennai only, or from a country only. We may have, I'm having a pizza and my cheese is maybe from Italy. My seasonings are from another country. So the entire ingredients are traveling, and the entire supply chain is going a complete disruption, complete availability at the doorstep, and also procurement from across the globe. The information, the food information is traveling so fast, even much faster than the food. So something happens at one corner is being known to the other person in let's say just a matter of seconds, or I'll not even say half a second, and we get the information. The most important thing, the preference of the consumer, the dynamics of the consumer preferences is going a complete change. There is I'll say the advocacy that International Year for the Millets, which was considered to be, I'll say, Mota Anaj. Mota Anaj was supposed to be a food for the animal feed. People were not My grandparents would never think of having something like millets on their food, but it was meant for animal feed and other things. But now the preferences has been changed. People are becoming health conscious because of the changes in the lifestyle, because of the changes in the working style. So the choices the food patterns are also getting changed. There is a lot of innovation and technology changes which are happening. When I say technology changes, the first thing which comes in mind is the e-commerce. This is one, yes, very important change. But apart from that, there's a lot of genetically engineered product which is there. The farmers want a more resistant variety. Farmers want more yield. The varieties should be able to cope up with the environment. So all these things are are actually impacting our future approach towards the food. And if the food is changing, so are the contaminants and the hazards associated with it. So I'll rather say our food habits are not immune to the sustainability revolution. There are a lot of challenges associated with the climate change. Can we go to the next slide, please? Thank you. So if I talk about the food safety, I really need to know about the how the situation is going to be maybe in 2050. The world, we will have the same amount of land, same or very low, lower than what we have the natural resources. Water is limited, land is limited, urbanization is happening, and still population is growing, and we have to feed this provide food to all. So there's a pressure of food security, which in turn gives a pressure on the safety aspects, because we have to do the innovations, we have to apply improved agricultural practices, we have to provide a nutritious food, and we have to feed this entire planet to provide the life to everybody. So there's a dual pressure. One is to produce more, and at the same time, you have to reach to your SDGs, which includes both poverty, livelihood, and also the environmental impacts to be reduced. So the agri-food supply chain was already so complex with multiple stakeholders, multiple interlinkages from farmers and other things. Now there's another components, and there are other components also added, and we have to make sure that we restore our ecosystem so that we can produce enough food for the future. Next slide, please. So what are the challenges in this kind of a climate changes which are happening, the situations which are changing? The weather changes, the temperature changes, there's droughts, there's soil degradation, there's acidification of the water bodies. So it is impacting our aquaculture producers, it is impacting our weeds. We are having a lot of new contaminants which are coming up. New new hazards come up in this era, and with the change in the weather, the water activities, there are mycotoxins growth, very very different kind of mycotoxins growth. We have all seen the COVID situation, the viruses. We are having microbial resistant viruses. We are having different varieties. If we understand the COVID things also started transfer of virus from the animals, from an animal market to the humans, and we can see how it happened. There's a real important interest on the microbiomes. So how these microbiomes, the gut microflora is going to be affected, because it is both used for the producing something which will be healthy, and also this is something which is going to help us in dietary interventions, and one of the important driver. Suniti madam already quoted that, see, 1 in 10 people are having some kind of diseases, foodborne diseases, which is happening. And now these foodborne pathogens, with the changes, with the changes in the climate, the new variants are coming up, more resistant, more people will become more vulnerable to such kind of situations where pathogens attacks, allergy attacks, because when we become more health conscious, our immune system also reacts. We use a lot of antioxidants just to be healthy, but we don't know what kind of side effects they will have in our diet. So it's a time that we look for a forward-looking approach and try to identify, navigate on the overall drivers. What are the trends? And then we think of how we can act on the agri-food systems. Next slide, please. So if I really talk in terms of the food safety challenges, I have tried to put them all in the 5 main. I mean, I'm just covering the 5 main heads. There are pretty more than this, but I would like to put everybody's attention on this World Food Safety Day on the 5 main heads, which are important. I'll start with the consumer preferences, because those in the audience and those on the panel side, everybody is a consumer and they have their own preferences. So if I talk about the online purchases, it's not about only the cooked food, but people are going to the more to the home delivery kind of a scenario. But how many of these online purchasing things have the cold chain maintenance to the level which is required? There are some regulatory frameworks available, but I'm really not sure how much enforcement on that online delivery system is there. We do have an amendment in FSSAI regulations related to e-commerce. And then you often see that many of the products, especially the fresh foods and fresh vegetables, there is chances of cross-contamination, because once spoiled product can actually contaminate the other. We are taking again, the issue with the online services is the labeling, the kind of labeling they are doing. It's still that labeling is not to the mark which is expected. So different foods, new variants. We say in many of the e-commerce sites, I see hydroponically grown. And then what's the label? Where's the label saying that? It's just when you are advertising. Then there is we all know there's health, so much of health consciousness. People are taking nutraceuticals and other. So there are multiple risks associated to these kind of a food. These alternate sources actually it increases the chances of food allergies, overuse of protective food, you can say, can also impact your gut microflora, and with the changing weather, probably you'll have to be more stronger and immune. But your body is so used to some healthy food that it may create another issue. People are becoming very conscious on the carbon footprints, and sometimes they are actually looking for your food, how much carbon footprints they have actually put on, or and they are demanding probably some of the industries are going in for this mapping also. We have to make sure that there's a simple labeling, not very complicated. So something, because I see that I've seen that there's the labeling regulations of FSSAI on the front and back packaging and labeling. A lot of things were there, but some of them were withdrawn. But we need to simplify labeling, because the product itself is very complex, which is going to be in future. New production systems, that's the second very important, because we need to have new variants of the products. So products, ingredients, maybe changes. So how we are going to handle that, how we are going to do the create information database for them, that's very, very important. There's a new, very new product which is in the market is the edible insects. It's already there in the many of the South Asian countries. They have some standards on it. Even EU consider insects as the novel food, and India is also started doing the farming of the insects, and there are a few good papers on the insects as to be used as feed, so that they can reduce some load of the so that what animal food is putting on the pressure on the actual, like maybe corn, maize, they can be used for the alternate things. We have the other alternatives are also there: seaweed, algae, plant-based meat, and cell-based products. So all these are being going on. Now there are new products, right? So they in turn impose their own challenges for food safety, because how effective they have been analyzed before they are put on the market. And I'll say the risk assessment is very, very, very important in such kind of a scenario. Agriculture in urban spaces, because as we said that more in order to save and to be more sustainable, probably traveling time can be reduced, and you can grow, right? Consume more local. So if you have to be more local with now the urbanization around, it's time that we produce in those areas. So urbanization has, like, if you go and see, I'll quote the example of Delhi, Yamuna, all the vegetables grown on the sides of river Yamuna, they are highly contaminated with the heavy metals, and because of the industrial, so they have their own hazards associated to it. We use hydroponics, aquaponics, aeroponics, different techniques. And then have we done these innovations and all these things? Have we actually done the ample research? What is the difference in the standards related to such kind of a products and the one grown on the field? So all these things are very, very important from the food safety perspective in future. Technical innovations. So we have now better tools for supply chain and cold chain monitoring, and e-commerce are very, very crucial. People want to know I think the most important part is the smart traceability system. People want to really know from which field, if taking an apple from which area, which produce, which tree, I don't know to what extent they want to know. And if you see, the IoT has been very effectively implemented to say that you are going to be assigned with the delivery partners and so and so, but not from the food safety, but more from the supply chain perspective. So he's your partner, XYZ, but it doesn't talk about what temperature the food will have to be stored. It doesn't talk about what are the products, safety parameters were adopted, which location it was procured, vendors and other things. So there's still a lot of things has to be done. Intelligent packaging is very, very important, because packaging waste, if we talk in the climate change era, I think agricultural waste, the packaging for the agriculture is really, really putting a lot of pressure. So if I'm correct, I don't remember the report, but 40% of the packaging material are being accounted from the agri and food supply chain. 40% of the plastics are from the agri and food supply chain. So we have to think of an alternate and packaging. And just to add, now there are a concept of edible packaging, so that you don't have to throw it away, but the packaging itself can be consumed either by humans or by animals or something like that. And blockchain technologies, precision agriculture, there has to be aids for GPS, satellites, crop treatments. So all these can be enabled by the use of technology. And genetic engineering, yes, of course, that's very important to get the high-yielding varieties and more resistant. Another very, very important is, because we will have the more demand for the food, the very important concept is the food fraud. Food fraud means you are actually, you have the trust, it's a very complex issue, because, some mostly motivated by the economical and sometimes unintentional also, but you are trying to create a food and trying to sell it on that basis. So the cases of it's more of an opportunist taking advantage of the complicated nature of the agriculture food safety system, and they have the real high food safety implications. And actually, the most important thing is it breaks the trust of the consumer, and we really need to create awareness and on the trust for food control system has to be robust to capture this kind of a situation. Can we go next? Thank you. So, so now what is ahead is we know there are challenges, there are food safety complications. So we have to find out the alternatives. We have some, and now we have to look into the other elements also. So local and traditional foods like millets is there. I have also included a word called biodiversity, because sometimes more of genetic engineering, more of technological things, they actually ruin our biological ecosystem, and it is not able to, which is, I'll say, which is the start point for any sustainable initiative. So when we say we are developing new forests, we're trying to build up the forest, we're trying to, soil degradations and other things. So many of these things, if we retain our own original biodiversity, we will probably be in a better situation down the line to manage food safety issues and food sustainability issues. And of course, circular economy, you have to recycle, reuse the food packaging. You have to identify, but there's a very big, very important issue here, that most of the food, the material which comes in direct contact of the food, maybe of virgin material, maybe one-time use, or how many times you can use. So all these research and innovations and other things had to be done prior to putting it, any new technology, any new packaging, any new products. Now, another thing is the soundness and correctness of the information. We say this is going to be gut microbiome. You eat Yakult, it's good for gut microflora. So whether the information provided is correct, how much it is going to influence the human health. So all these things needs to be determined. So what is more important is any potential food or innovation you do, please identify the food safety risks while acknowledging the benefits that may arise from these new situations. And the lastly is the build up a strong food control system by building in the national regulations, standards, regional for the new things, for the new technological, taking into account the food safety hazards. So national, regional, and global level, you have to work on the standards and to find a way to handle it. Next slide, please. So we have to look for the several forward-looking approaches, and TIC sector can be helpful on managing, because TIC is very much focused on the sustainability and climate change issues. And they are, as we said, the mission is to build trust. So many of the topics which we talked about related to food safety issues in the TIC sector can be really supportive in building the trust, supporting in doing the risk assessments, generating data and information, developing the effective mitigation plans, encouraging sustainable practices. We are also doing a lot of work on digital disruptions and cybersecurity, data privacy. And because if we see the food patterns has a lot of data privacy things which needs to be handled and taken care. TIC has a very has a global approach, and the quality control practices required. Any advancements in such quality control practices for the more health conscious food, for the testings, for TIC can be very supportive to it, and we can be worked together. And we TIC is there's a need that support regulators, standard bodies, quality practices, and to gain the consumer confidence. That's really very important, and in the future, and that's where the role of the TIC sector comes in, and there where TIC Council can also contribute together with different bodies. So that's all, and thank you very much. I think I've taken 10 minutes more. I don't know. So I'm sorry for that, but thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Ms. Seema. It was a wonderful presentation on the climate changes that are going to impact on the future food safety challenges. It was a nice presentation and a lot of insights, a lot of new innovatives with the ideas came up. That's good.
Sir, voice is not audible. Srikandan, sir, voice is not audible.
Okay, thank you so much, Ms. Seema. The next participant will be, the next speaker will be our friend Ms. Seema. Just wait. So the next speaker is our friend Krishna Datta, who is part of this CC, our consultant community. She's also head of the certification, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐧𝐞 Services Private Limited. She's a postgraduate in microbiology from University of Mumbai and a chief of certification at 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐧𝐿 and 𝐒𝐭𝐚 Services. She's the lead auditor for management systems with an eye for quality, sanitation, hygiene, and enhancement of existing systems. She is proficient in tutoring for food and quality management system. Then specialties include certification of high-risk areas such as hospitals, food industry, chemical industries, and educational institutions. Over to you, Krishna Datta, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Can I share the screen?
Please.
Yeah. No, I don't think I can share it. I think. What's happening?
Allowed. 1 second, Krishna. You're unable to share?
No, yeah, I'm unable to share.
Aarti?
Yes, ma'am.
Screen sharing rights for all the panelist speakers.
It's there, ma'am.
It's there. Just check, Krishna, share screen down, the green color. Can you see?
Yeah. 1 sec. I'm trying that.
Yeah, just please check slowly. Otherwise.
No, it's not coming here. It's actually showing something else to me.
Okay. Give me 1 second. You have mailed me the.
No. Once you want me to mail it to you right away?
If you can do that, if you can do that, I'll just download it and share it. Just give me 1 second. Actually, the option is enabled for everybody. Some technical glitch, I guess.
Yeah.
We are running short of time, I think.
2 minutes, Srikanth.
No, not because of this. Overall program schedule.
Interesting questions in the chat box, actually.
Yeah.
Just checking, Krishna.
Wait, can I share it on this contact at CCC Consulting?
Yeah, same ID, yeah.
Okay. Yes, ma'am, I've sent it to you.
Sent it, just check
Yeah.
it. The problem is mine is connected to double screen. Yeah, full screen mode. Screen check. Two minutes, received it.
Yes,
I'm
sure,
sharing.
sure, ma'am, no problem.
Yeah, can you see the screen?
Yes, 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 it's visible. Okay.
Clear?
So good afternoon, everybody, and thank you so much, CCC, for giving me this opportunity to speak on the World Food Safety Day. I wish you all a very happy World Food Safety Day. I mean, this is really amazing that we have a Food Safety Day to celebrate. Just before I even get into the role of our private standards and in food safety, let me take you through a little about the introduction of our division. That's TQ Search Services Private Limited, which is a wholly owned subsidiary of Tata Projects Limited. Next slide, please. So as we all know, Tata Group is a very diversified group, and we are almost in every area sector. So we have more than about 7,20,000 people working in almost 100 countries, a group revenue of more than about $110 billion. We offer services and products in more than 150 countries. We have about 4.1 million shareholders, and we have about 6.9% of BSE's market capitalization. Your next slide, please, ma'am. Basically, Tata Projects is involved in rendering services in industrial systems, core infrastructure, urban infrastructure, and services. So, in fact, we have also got the EPC World Project of the Year award, and we have also been nominated as India's fastest growing construction company. So these are some of the simple things about Tata Projects. Next slide, please. Just to add, the new parliament that was completely overseen by Tata Projects. So that's one of the biggest accomplishments that we have had in the recent times. As far as TQ Cert and TQ services are concerned, we have various approvals from Quality Council of India, National Accreditation Board, PNGRB, WDRA, Bureau of Energy Efficiency, APIDA, Yoga Certification Board, and FSSAI. So we are offering a lot of services, especially with respect to products, in management systems, in safety, inspections, and assessments. So again, when we talk about the various product-related certifications, we are offering organic certification, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐧𝐝, then we have Ayush, then voluntary certification scheme for the medicinal plants, then HCHI, and then recently we have also begin certifying the drones, which are the next-gen delivery methods. Besides this, in the management system certification, we are currently offering certifications in 9001 and ISO 22000 and doing a lot of HACCP and GMP related activities. Next slide, please. So these are our various approvals and accreditations. So one of the recent approvals that we have had is from the National Fisheries Development Board. This approval is related to ensuring safety of the fishes which are meant for human consumption. Next slide. So these are our resources, and we have more than 2,000 people offering work only in Tata projects. And we have certification schemes where we offer lead auditor courses also. And we do a lot of personal certification with respect to ASNT and offer energy audits, auditor training as well. Next slide. So we have a pan-India presence, and that's something that actually provides us an easy opportunity to reach out to our clients. Immediately, we are available to render our service in different parts of the country. Yeah, next slide, ma'am. This is just a picture of some of the clients who are associated with us for many years. Just to let you know, like TQ Cert happens to TQ Cert had acquired Food Cert in 2016, which was a completely food sector related certification body established in 2003 in India. So that's why we have actually the experience of at least about 20 years with us, especially in the food related activities. Next slide, ma'am. Next slide, please, ma'am.
Just 1 second.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
So when we are talking about the role of private standards, so we all know that the mother standard for food safety today is considered to be ISO 22000. And in fact, I would also like to say here that our previous speakers, Suniti ma'am and Seema, they have really spoken very well about how standards can play a role also, because they identified a lot of things where these standards actually play a role in managing the interests of various stakeholders. So when we look at the private standards, we have some standards which have been benchmarked by the Global Food Safety Initiative. And these standards hold a huge promise in ensuring that anybody who is actually certified to these standards really ensure proper safety, not only as far as their manufacturing practices are concerned, but also managing the safety across the supply chain. And that is what sets it apart a little from the ISO 22000 standard. Though ISO 22000 standard, if we have to look at it closely, actually allows us to address a lot of things which are not explicitly mentioned in the standard. So if we just talk about maybe the standard asking us to identify risks related to social, economic, cultural features. In the current scenario that we are facing globally, we can see a lot of features around the globe where there are risks involved which we have never identified earlier. So, for example, if we see the Russia-Ukraine war, that itself has posed a risk in the food supply chain. Then there was one incident last year wherein a ship actually got stuck in the Suez Canal, and there were many ships which were carrying food products, and all of them were actually having some kind of risk. In fact, one of the big incidents that was being talked about for a long time was a ship which was on its way to Saudi Arabia, and it was carrying a lot of livestock. And unfortunately, due to that incident, the ship could not reach Saudi Arabia in time, and the livestock was distressed. Many among them were found dead, and it posed a huge contamination risk to the rest of the cattle that was there in it. So when we talk about this private standards, these private standards actually give us some information about these risks could exist and you must identify them, though it does not explicitly tell you what are the various risks, but they at least point it towards the risks that are currently seen in the world. Next slide, please, ma'am. In addition to these benchmark standards, there are also a number of standards which are adopted by various countries. And of course, if we have to work with those countries or export our products to those countries, definitely we need to comply with their requirements as well. So like as we all say, like food safety actually begins from from the seeds that we sow. So when we talk about organic certification actually starts from there, and it tries to control the produce at the agricultural level itself, such that you get a better output and safe food at a later stage. Next slide, ma'am. Now, though we have spoken about a lot of things in the previous two sessions, we are also seeing that these are some food safety drivers which are getting you to think about what more can be brought in through standards, such that we can render our food safe for human consumption at all times. Like we heard something about e-commerce, we heard something about the supply chain. One of the very simple incidents that we have seen in the recent time is we order a lot of food through these apps, and then these apps, of course, on the at their end, they also do some due diligence in selecting the suppliers and selecting the vendors and registering them. But this is also with time, it is actually becoming better. But we have also seen vendors who were definitely not having any great infrastructure, but they were supplying food from those places. And as a consumer, we had no access to understand also from where the food was coming to us. But right now, we are seeing some standards coming up even for e-commerce. We are seeing some safety regulations for e-commerce, which would actually mean that, yes, they will also need to follow and need to do some due diligence on their vendors before they pick up the food from there and serve it to the customers or send it to the customers' premises. Some of the drivers that we see is the regulatory bodies taking a lot of interest in protecting the consumer health. Like something that I would really want to speak about is FSSAI's Eat Right initiative. That Eat Right initiative definitely talks about low salt, low sugar, low fat. That is one part of the story. But the second thing that they are really doing is getting hygiene rating done in all their registered in all the FBOs who have the registrations. They are actually trying to bring in concepts of Eat Right station, wherein hygiene plays a very big role. Food safety is a very big concern in that particular area. Then they are bringing in Eat Right campus. Then we have this Bhog, which is for temples, and then the clean street food hubs, clean vegetable markets. So these are some lovely things that are showing up, and they are in line with the food safety requirements. So definitely FSSAI deserves a huge round of applause for just this work that they have initiated, and it's really wonderful. Then the next driver is our facilitation of food trade. Today, the food trade has become a huge thing because if we really look at the global food that has moved from one place to another, it is much more than maybe even textiles and garments. So the food trade is huge, and also there is a feature wherein some of the foods are taken in a certain country and re-exported from there. Here, since this concept already exists in food trade, it becomes very, very important for the manufacturer to ensure that they follow the guidelines, the standards, the regulations of all the countries where they are actually facilitating this availability of this food that is going from a particular country. So this facilitation of food trade becomes a huge feature, and the standard actually asks the manufacturer or the food service provider to really identify like where exactly is this food going, how is it going, and how are you ensuring safety throughout its transit. We are also talking about climate change. Climate change is really playing a big role right now, because we know that any aspect of climate change can actually disrupt our food security in a big way. It will impact the food safety. Like one simple thing that I was reading about was uh, uh, climate change could lead to some mutant organisms showing up. And if these mutant organisms show up and they pose to be a risk to our food sector, then definitely we are going to have a huge problem going forward. Then consumer demographics, yes, we already know how the consumer is moving their choices over a period. The consumers are all over the world. In fact, I do a lot of work in a country called Papua New Guinea. So it was very heartening to see that Indian foods available in Papua New Guinea, which was the last thing that I must have hoped for. But definitely the food was available, and that food was really very good. I mean, the labeling was very nice, the packaging was excellent, and the food itself was very good. And also it was nice to see that in Papua New Guinea also, they have put up certain conditions wherein only they will accept food if they meet certain criteria. So they also have their own laboratories where they test the food and they take it in. And of course, for guests coming to their country, they are all the more careful. So when the country also supports availability of the food from different countries to support their guests or support their own people, it makes a lot of difference. Then evolving food systems based on the consumer preferences. We already spoke about it in the previous session. So it is nice. I mean, the more we have technology in it, the more we have movement of food and availability of food. It is nice to know that, yes, people across the globe are today preferring Indian food. In fact, it was so nice to see in FSSAI, Indian snacks and savories have been identified. Indian sweets have been identified. So when you see that in FSSAI itself, earlier it was not there. Earlier it was all to be identified under proprietary foods, and then it was taking a long time for us to get the approvals. But now it has been identified. So even, I'm sure once FSSAI has done this, eventually we will also have some more standards and regulations around these, and we will be able to even export milk-based sweets to different countries. And of course, food safety happens to be very critical as far as our SDGs are concerned, where food safety is linked to food security in a big way. So these are some of the food safety drivers, and the private standards that we are seeing, they are actually ensuring that the certified organization takes care of all of these issues. They ensure that they have addressed them and they are having appropriate mitigation plans in case a risk has been identified. Next slide, ma'am. In fact, always when we talk about the standards, we ought to know one thing, that a standard is first for the manufacturer or the organization who's getting certified. Why? Because it protects the interests of the organization, and by ensuring that the organization has identified everything. In addition to that, the standards now even ensure that the interests of the various stakeholders are taken care. And this also makes one think that what could be the various interests, and one mistake or one negligence could actually have a huge impact. Like, for example, finding antibiotics in fish. it led to blacklisting export of fish from the country. So this is a huge impact, wherein the entire country is actually suffering just because of a negligence, or maybe because of ignorance also. Many of us, we are not so much evolved as far as food safety is concerned. So we still have a good population which does not really understand food safety in a big way, which does not identify hygiene as a very big opportunity for themselves. And it could be ignorance, it could be negligence, but the impact is there, and the impact is almost on the entire country. Governments get impacted, consumers get impacted, scientific community gets impacted. So the standards that are now currently being implemented, they are ensuring that interests of various stakeholders are identified, and also how we are protecting the interests of various stakeholders. So in fact, if we have to say, over the last 20 years, even the standards have evolved. Like earlier, the standards were very much restricted to ensuring that the hazards are controlled, the CCPs are in place, and you ensure that the food is free of all the unsafe features. But now it is talking a little more about how you are ensuring that this food, when it goes out of your premises or out of your control, also remains safe for the consumer. So it has actually adopted the complete farm to fork approach, and it is also identifying everyone who come in between, who are there as a part of the journey till the food reaches the consumer. Next slide, ma'am. So these are some of the contributors, direct and indirect. So when we talk of food safety, so many things show up. Food secure, how are we securing our premises? How are we ensuring that pest infestation does not happen? How are we ensuring that contamination does not happen? How we ensure that the hygiene of the personnel is maintained? Do we have adequate infrastructure to ensure that the utilities will not get impacted? So these are all direct and indirect contributors to our food safety, and they have a very, very critical role as far as food safety is concerned. Now, if we have to talk about food security within our own premises, which some of the standards really demand, that's because we also have threat from many things. Actually, we have seen, like, there are areas where the food can be contaminated deliberately. Like if I have to just give you an example, there is a book by the name Famine, and it is set in the 1960s, and it has actually talked a lot about the relationship that was existing at that time between Soviet Russia and America, and how Russia managed to actually disrupt the entire food chain in America. Okay, so in fact, when I always talk about the threats and the vulnerability in the food chain, I'm always reminded of this, because here in this book they identified 3 very, very important areas how the entire food chain was disrupted. One is they sprayed fungus on the wheat fields. So all the wheat that was actually about to ripen drooped, and the crop was destroyed. Next, they had radioactive element in the containers that were carrying grains. So obviously the entire the containers that were going from other countries into US were all contaminated with radioactive elements. And thirdly, what they did is they injected botulinum into the canned foods. And during that period, canned foods was one of the most used foods. So this is how they disrupted the entire food chain in US, and it led to huge food security concern. So if I see that, and if I look at the various contributors in food safety. So that threat really exists. So if somebody wants to really have ideological intentions of destroying something, it is possible. And that's the reason why this private standards actually talk a lot about the safety of the premises, safety of the supply chain, and how you're managing and mitigating the risks around it. Next slide, ma'am. I think we also have a session where we are talking about how climate change can lead to unsafe food. So we can see that climate change may lead to an increased number of infections due to food because of organisms which may have earlier been not so pathogenic, but may turn pathogenic because of some mutations due to climate change. Then there could be new pests showing up. These pests could have more resistance to the existing pesticides. Then there could be higher heavy metal intake from the soil for various crops. Also, we could have maybe fungal diseases in plants. There could be mycotoxins in new regions. And then there could be algal blooms because of the increase in the temperature, thereby affecting the marine products. So these are some of the things that we are now thinking it can show up as a result of climate change. We are yet to see it, but it is important that we identify them right now, because once it shows up, then controlling it is a much bigger task. So having it controlled at this stage and taking some preventive actions and ensuring that we restore right integrity in our current food chain would actually mean a lot. Next slide, ma'am. We also are talking about food frauds. That's what I said when we talked about that sabotage that has happened, that was identified in that book. But it is very natural, and it can happen because it's not a very big deal to contaminate food. In fact, it's not a very big deal to contaminate water. And if the water is contaminated, people may not die because of it, but your healthcare system can be overwhelmed. People may not receive the right treatment at the right time. So all this can happen, and this threat exists. So that's why there are private standards which are identifying food fraud, which is also identifying unintentional concerns, and which can be also violations, and intentional features which are actually criminal. So intentional features is usually for economic benefit or for as an ideological motive wherein an attack can happen. Next slide, ma'am. So we have seen all of these, like we know cases of dilution wherein, water is being used in milk. We know this is prevalent in many of the states in the country. In fact, it has so happened that in some places, people have gone to the extent of saying, okay, we know that you're adding water to the milk, but at least ensure you add potable water. You add clean water to the milk, so that at least you don't end up with any disease due to consumption of milk. Then you have counterfeit, which was actually, now it is reduced a little, but then there are many copies available of many foods of good brands, but they are all counterfeit. And then, of course, we have many unapproved enhancements, which are also very critical, which are not allowed. Then the gray market production, theft, and diversion. This is very prevalent because we have seen wherein a lot of material gets moved out, and this can happen in many places. There have been a number of incidents which do not show up in the media, but yes, it does come to the eyes of maybe the state government or the regulators there, wherein things are moved out of the warehouse and it is the material is lost in the transit. You don't get it where exactly it has gone. So these kind of theft and diversions do happen. Then mislabeling, of course, now we have labeling regulations which are quite clear, and it is very good and identifying everything that needs to be labeled. But mislabeling definitely was prevalent, wherein there were a lot of things which people did not know, and it was not even getting identified. And then of course concealment, like many a times we don't declare that there are many things that are existing and that has gone into the product. Say for example, poultry is injected with hormones to prevent it from disease or to gain weight, whatever. So these kind of things are happening. Substitution is happening, wherein then sunflower oil is partially substituted with mineral oil. So all these things we do, and they are all a part of food fraud. It needs to be identified because it is done with an intent to gain something, maybe economically, or it could be by virtue of having more produce, whatever it could be. Okay, next slide, ma'am. So overall, what we see is our private standards are having a huge role in ensuring that we maintain safe food. We control a lot of aspects that can render our food unsafe. Thank you so much for listening to this presentation, and we are happy to serve you. In case of anything that you need from our end, any service or any information, please write to us on tq@tqcert.in. We'll be more than happy to help you. Thank you so much.
Krishnata madam is partially property of CCC. Fortunately, today she is representing Tata.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that's also a matter of pride for me, honestly.
We're proud to see you in this position, madam.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Krishnadatta ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for a lot of insights. I now hand over the session to Prem. Take over, Prem.
Yes, thank you so much, sir. Yeah, just I'm sharing my screen now. Yes, very good evening to all. I'm Prem Kumar, GC member of CCC. Now I'm taking over this session as anchor. Yeah. Coming 4 sessions will be a real useful session for the person who want really implementing food safety system in their organization or his knowledge or their career. It would be a more and more useful sessions. Presently, we are going to talk about on the topics identification and traceability. And when you talk more on this food safety, a lot of people having their own challenge on traceability. So we CCC had a very good person on to talk on this subject. He is a chemist, he is a consultant, he is a technical advisory committee member, he is a laboratory director. Yes, he started career from chemist and is gone up to the level of laboratory director. Mr. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐧𝐝. He is head of operation from Analytical Alimentarius GmbH lab, chairperson of IAS Food Safety Technical Advisory Council. He is worked for Seafood HACCP, Food Safety Modernization Act, and he's working for Foreign Supply Verification Program. As a consultant, he worked for various organizations. He is having very good experience in Europe and Middle East on testing laboratories on ISO 17025 compliance. I'm happy to welcome Mr. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐧𝐝 for the topic New Era of Smarter Food Safety Tech Enabled Traceability. We can get more information, more input from Mr. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐧𝐝. Over to session, Mr. Jesse. Please carry forward. Please, little bother about the time durations. Thank you so much.
Yes, perfect. The topic is quite large. I just want to see if you can confirm for me that I can share, that I'm sharing and you can see my screen and hear me okay.
Clear.
Okay.
Okay.
Visible. Clear.
Visible.
Awesome. So as was mentioned, first, thank you so much for inviting on behalf of IAS. So it's an honor always to help and contribute. So CCC and MSCC, thanks. I have also personal, my wife was living in Jodhpur for about a year, and I've spent several visits mostly to the north of India, and I have a close friend that's up in Uttarakhand. The company 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐧𝐝, they export, they work with all the farmers in the hills there in Himalayas. And so for me, it's a special pleasure to talk about technical things and food safety things in India. I'm here today on behalf of IAS to talk about the new changes. So there was a FSMA regulation, Food Safety Modernization Act, and wanted to share some information about their secondary program, this new era of smarter food safety that they've published. I spent a lot of time in the US, so I'm quite familiar with the background of these things. I'm the chair of the IAS Technical Advisory Council. So IAS does audits for ISO 17025 labs that are food safety labs, amongst a lot of other things. And as was mentioned, I was a laboratory director for many years at 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐬, and now I'm the head of operations and run the laboratory for Analítica Alimentaria. A bit about International Accreditation Service. So IAS has been an accrediting body since the 70s, and they're signatories for the multilateral recognition agreement with IAF, with APAC, with ILAC, so all of the important accrediting body groups. And IAS as an organization is recognized by FDA, so they participate in 3 different programs that FDA runs. So the accredited third-party certification program that's related to the FSMA 𝐉𝐻, so voluntary qualified importer program. They participate in the laboratory accreditation for analysis in foods program. It's also called LAAF. This is essentially the child of what used to be the import alerts or detention without physical examination process. That was not very clear for most people from outside the United States shipping products into the United States. It's about when there are food safety problems, how do you address that with FDA? How do you do the testing? How do you do the sampling? And they also are participating in the accreditation scheme for conformity assessment. This ASCA program is related to medical devices and this kind of thing. So IAS is quite involved. The headquarters is in California, in Brea, and they're quite, even though they're present in many countries doing assessments, as an accreditation body, they're very involved in the United States. And I've been in the industry for quite a long time. So research, environmental, food safety, and a lot of it in the United States. So I'm originally from California and spent much time working there. But I am not an FDA official. I cannot speak on behalf of FDA or FSPCA, which is based out of Illinois Institute of Technology that does official things for FDA. I don't speak on behalf of the PSA, which is based out of Cornell University, that also does official FDA things, for the Association for Food and Drug Officials, so AFDA. I have several recognitions from the different organizations for giving trainings related to these topics. But it's always important, and FDA is a stickler for this, that we mention that we cannot provide legal advice or give any express or implied warranties about the information that's presented. But I did check sort of with the most recent errata and updates, and I think the information today is quite up to date. Also, it's a very big topic, and it's a short presentation, so not everything is able to squeeze in What I wanted to do today was just go over a little bit about the regulatory context for the United States related to FSMA and this new plan that they've published. Go into what they mean by tech-enabled traceability and what is the new traceability rule, which will be over the next years implemented. What FDA has said about this blueprint, so the new era for smarter food safety blueprint, and gives also some additional resources. I realize you guys cannot click the screen now, so maybe afterwards I will check with CCC and figure out how I can get you guys. There's going to be several links here, so I can either prepare a separate document or figure out about the slides for participants in case people want to read more, because there's lots and lots more to read. A bit about regulatory context. So 1938 in the United States, that we published the Food and Drug and Cosmetics Act. That gives legal authority to FDA for a bunch of things, and then legal authority to USDA for other things. There are some places in the United States where the authority of FDA and USDA overlap. In general, they try to do a good job about making separate publications to say, okay, there's a legal overlap in jurisdiction. This is going to go to this organization or the other organization. But there are things like maximum residue limits for pesticides, which other organizations, so the Environmental Protection Organization does the studies, is responsible for publishing MRLs, but then FDA does enforcement. So United States, large country, sometimes it's a bit complex, but it's not one organization always that does everything related to food safety. It's sometimes a bit of a mix. In 2011, basically in the Obama era, we published the Food Safety Modernization Act. That was the first real update to the food safety laws in the United States since, I don't know, 70 or 75 years. And they published it as a series of rules. First, they sort of published it as this is what we'd like to do. Then we will publish draft rules and ask for public comments. Then we will readdress, rework it, and then we will publish a final rule with ideas about what is the time for enforcement. And they did, in my opinion, actually quite a good job of trying to make sure that there was a really high focus on education and on training in the beginning to make sure industry understood what would be required and how to implement programs internally in industry, in companies, through the supply chain to ensure compliance. FDA was quite aware that it's a big change and not everybody can change overnight. And so they partnered with Cornell University and the Iowa, so IIT, Iowa Institute of Technology, to create training programs and a bunch of other things. And over the last 10 years, they've tried, I think, quite well to publish informational updates, webinars, these kinds of things. It's not perfect, but they also have a sort of system for asking technical questions, legal questions that you can send to FDA. It's not always so fast, but they do have staff that will respond directly in a public fashion for those things. Under FSMA, there are several rules that are published. So the produce safety rule updated field practices and what was expected of farmers. The foreign supply verification program published a new idea from FDA about what are the requirements for the growers or exporters in other countries in regard to the data they keep and for sort of food safety practices before sending to the United States. They published the accredited third-party certification, which is connected to the voluntary qualified import program. That is a program that's made to fast track so people who export from other countries import to the United States. If they comply with a special set of rules, then they can have less controls on the product arriving in the United States. For that, the testing that needs to get done needs to be tested in a laboratory that works inside the FDA programs. And so there's an accrediting part because the laboratories must be accredited, not just ISO 17025 accredited, which is the ISO standard for testing laboratories, but also participant in this program. And IAS does that third-party certification for laboratories. They published the preventative controls rule for human foods and then for animal foods separately because the issues are different. And essentially, preventative controls were the new verbiage that FDA was using and continues to use for HACCP. So anytime you see preventative controls, you can think HACCP. It's all the same, philosophically the same ideas, just with some special requirements and some special focuses specific to FDA. In 2016, they published sanitary transport rule, which has to do with trucking and transport of goods, so bulk goods and finished goods. They also published the terrorism rule, so the protection against intentional adulteration rule. So this is very post 9/11 focused. It's all about bioterrorism, which we were just talking about in the previous talk. And they published the LAAF, so the laboratory rule for detention without physical examination. So the administrative detention that FDA can do when there's problematic imports. Now they have published this blueprint for the new era of smarter food safety, which has several, they've called them sort of core elements. The first core element that they've published is the food traceability. So this follows the same FDA publishing, so rulemaking scheme. They publish an idea, they ask for feedback, then they rework it, and then they make the actual legislation. There's still a couple of things that are pending. So the part of the original FSMA, the agricultural water rule, that is, I think it's in the comment process now, and the rest of the core elements for the new era of smart food safety. I will go over what those are so everybody has a good idea of what FDA is doing. A couple of other things that have also been updated in these years are the criteria for import alerts or administrative detentions. This is basically how FDA designates which types of products need extra testing, or when they have a specific importer that has a problem, how they make sure that that food doesn't get into the supply chain in the United States. They updated requirements for prior notice of imports, which is paperwork before shipping to the United States, and for food facility registration. So this is also paperwork for food facilities overseas and in the United States. One of the general ideas under FSMA that the United States has is to try to make the same requirements inside the United States as outside the United States. So their general idea is if you're producing some good and it's going to the US, they want to treat you the same as if you were in one of the states in the US. That's provided a bunch of inconvenient things, because how do you do assessments? How do you do inspections? How do you do audits? The laboratories there are not the same. We don't follow the same programs as the United States. So some of the resources needed, because FDA does not have unlimited resources, have been delegated to state authorities inside the United States, and then overseas to national authorities or other accrediting bodies like IAS and this. I think they've tried to be practical about where those resources come from, and they are now trying to find ways to ask industry to fill in the gap for those resources. So under FDA administrative detention, when there's a problem, FDA doesn't pay for that testing. They just tell you, there's a problem, you need to sample, you need to test it, you will pay for it. What is this general new era of smarter food safety? I think it can be summarized by these 4 general things. It's just a blueprint about FDA's thoughts about how to move forward and modernize. That's digitalization, also trying to implement new technologies. I think they're not always sure how to implement new technologies or what the usefulness of this is. We were just talking about blockchain earlier, so these buzzwords or machine learning. Yeah, all of those are really specific things, and they sound interesting and fun and new, but they all have their limitations. I did my graduate work at Berkeley doing data science, and I used to do field trials analysis and data analytics for field trials. And machine learning is not so easy, and it can be quite biased. And if you don't think about how you organize it, maybe it's not so, maybe it's not telling you what you think it's telling you. And so part of this blueprint is just a general declaration of we're interested in these things. We want to try to figure out how they apply because we don't want to get stuck behind, not just with paperwork when we could be in databases that are digital, but also with anything else that might help. It's not a complete description of all the things that FDA will do. I think they've published the general things that they want to work on for the next years. It comes 10 years after FSMA, so they wanted to also publish some sort of update. What do we want to do over the next many years? But I am sure that the program will be modified as it goes. Some of the things are in like pilot program status, so they're not finalized. If you're wondering why is there FSMA and what does the new era blueprint mean, I guess the easiest way to describe it is that FSMA was this update after 75 years of the general core rules in the United States, and the blueprint says we want to build on top of those rules and try to make it more try to take advantage of technology more. It's that simple. FSMA still is the base. The regulatory things that are implemented under FSMA still apply, and the new era blueprint things are just going to be add-ons. So there was a lot of core adopting of philosophical ideas in FSMA and of good manufacturing practices that they updated and these kinds of things. But now they're sort of, okay, now that the base is taken care of, what more can we do? That's this blueprint. So core element number one, this tech-enabled traceability. What does it mean? Essentially, they've looked at it internally, tried to figure out where are the highest risk commodities, products, and they made a list. They've made a list, and everybody who falls into the list, so this is any product that's in the list, which is many of them, and anybody who touches this product, manufacturers, processors, packers, anybody who holds the food, you transport the food. If you are in the food chain somewhere that's going to end up in the United States, likely the food traceability list applies to you, which means that the new traceability standards will apply to you. They don't apply tomorrow. They publish the dates for when they would like to see industry move, but it's causing now industry to basically have everybody look at their process. What's changing is that when you used to send something to the United States, or currently when you send something to the United States, you have a set of documents. So you have a bill of lading and a packing list and the pro forma invoice or the original invoice once it's already there. And you can trace back what are the lot numbers, what got stored together. You can see that, but it takes a lot of work. So when you're doing import issues, you have shrimp from Vietnam that had chloramphenicol that was not supposed to be there. They want to know which lot were affected, which lots were affected, where they are in the United States. Are they at the port? Are they in a warehouse? Want to make sure they don't move. But it was really manual. And so what they've said is, we want to establish which points do we want to collect information and what information do we want to collect? And we want to standardize. Right now we have papers, literal papers or scanned PDFs, and we have unstructured data. What we would like is to try to move into something that's structured so that way it's database friendly. And we would like to specify for everyone, does this apply in your step? And what information specifically do you need to connect in your step? And to give you an example table to see if you want to collect this data, do it like this. So that way, when you submit it or when FDA asks for it, it's clear. That makes risk assessment for FDA and for the regulators a lot easier. And that also, it helps find what the source of any food contamination or outbreak are. Now, on average, I think I checked something like 34 or 35 days from when there's a problem detected until actually the regulators are sure that they know what the source is. That's like a month. If you have a listeria or a salmonella outbreak, people are dying in between. It's not nice for food safety. If it's pesticide residue or something, it's just a class 2, it's not as urgent maybe, So regulators may decide not to do recalls, but if there are recalls needed and you can't figure out what retailers are selling to end consumers, the product in 1 month, it's a problem. And so the idea is if we can, in the United States, move to something that's much more standardized. We know who is collecting information at what steps and which information that is, then we can reduce from 30-something days an order of magnitude, 3-4 days or something. Then you can act quicker and act in a proactive, preventative way, instead of just cleaning up the damage after the fact. They're applying machine learning models for some of the imports. Their description of this, so I haven't talked to any of the people that are working on that program specifically. Their description is quite broad. They just say that they want to expedite the clearance of legitimate compliant shipments at the port of entry. It means they're doing statistical analysis about which containers have what kind of problems. And they want to update their internal private program. So FDA has an internal program that they don't publish outwardly that does kind of anomaly detection, risk detection. If somebody sends a lot of some product and it enters in through New York, they don't want that same lot to enter in through Los Angeles or Seattle and not get stopped, right? So they want to update that. I personally don't know the details of what the implementation is like, so I don't know if it's, I don't know what to think about it. These types of machine learning models are highly susceptible to bias, and sometimes you make statistical predictions that don't actually give you the information that you think they're giving you. So I'm interested about seeing how it goes, but right now I think it's in a nebulous state. They also published something about new business models. This is because they know during all of the lockdowns, we had all these problems with food distribution. There was many containers going to Africa, for example, and children dying from just not being able to get calories in and eating because of the lockdown measures that all of the countries implemented. That's a political issue, but and they know that there was a lot of purchasing on apps, and they said, okay, this last mile delivery and the food chain things, this is a new thing. We're not used to dealing with all of these business, B2C deliveries. Do we need to think about that? What happens when someone's riding a motorcycle or a bike from the restaurant to someone's house, or from the retailer from the grocery store? They published something about new business models. When you read new business models in the blueprint, just know this is their verbiage. What they're actually talking about is novel. So new, artificial, synthetic, lab-grown, in vitro foods. So lab-grown proteins and meats and these kinds of things. FDA is interested in coming up with opinions about how to deal with those from a food safety standard, because they don't always present the same food safety issues that just doing more regular agriculture or animal husbandry would give you. And they are interested in getting their hands a bit more into the day-to-day of retailers and restaurant practices. They have another part that they published, which they called Farms and Food Facility Culture. And that's a bit focused on final consumer education. It's not so clear what this is going to mean. It seems like some industry and FDA groups are getting together and they're trying to make educational content, and they're trying to help industry along, especially the food facilities that are producing, about basic things. So some of that, they have started with it, but it's not clear if that's going to actually be any regulatory compliance components related. So in this, the current or old way of doing it is that when you're a part of the food safety chain, you have to maintain traceability one step up and one step down. But you don't have to know from the original lot or the tree or the plot that it was harvested from, the fruit or the vegetables or whatever it is, or all the way to the final consumer. The idea now is that they want to establish end-to-end traceability. That's very beautiful and a very nice wording, but there's a lot of part of industry that says, hey, I serve in between sort of the exporter and the importer. I don't want the final retailer to know what exact plot these grapes came from, because what they're going to do is jump me and try to work directly with the grape growers, and they don't have the expertise to do that. And I'm adding a real function. And so there's a lot of pushback from industry about what end-to-end traceability means and what parts of the information are public, which parts are private, et cetera. They want to, there's no historical sort of standard attributes for the traceability. So these are the KDEs and the CTEs, so the key data elements and the time events. And they have many different documents is the normal way to handle it. Now they want to move to databases. So from paper to digital, from non-standard to standardized, or when I think about it, non-structured to structured, and to make the sort of recall process faster. What are these key data elements and the time events, the critical tracking events? There's a lot of them. So if you're a harvester, you have a set. If you're doing anything that's before packing, you have a set. If you're doing packing of raw agricultural commodities, or if you're the first land-based receiver, that has to do with fishing. So when someone's fishing, where does the boat come in? What are the responsibilities of the person who's like receiving the fish? If you're related to the shipping or then the receiving, if you're doing any kind of product transformation at any point in the process, and if you're involved in traceability, like if you're in the retailer side and you have to deal with traceability, those are all the tracking events. So the people responsible for them. The data elements are different. If you're really interested in it, I think you have to go through and read everyone. But there are things like the lot, the quantity, the product description, the location description, the date the food was received, the location of the traceability code, and reference documents, these kinds of things. FDA wants people to do this electronically. They're allowing people to do it on paper if they want, but FDA in all of the FSMA things has approached this the same way. If we're doing an investigation as FDA, or we have inspectors that are somewhere and they ask for documents, we want it within 24 hours. We prefer it electronic. So they're very clear about that. They want to move away from paper. They also are very clear about it not need. So not only is it required to be electronic, but they prefer it. It's also not required to be in English, but they prefer it. What they say when you ask them is, as long as when we ask for it, you can give it to us within 24 hours and translate it to English, it's fine. You can do it however you want. But you have to keep those records for two years. So if we ask you something about something 16 months ago, we need it in 24 hours in English now. That's their opinion about it. So they've given out some examples for the spreadsheets for how to keep track of these things. They have talked about a portal for submitting these documents. So for import alerts and administrative detention from FDA, there's an electronic system to submit information. I think what they're essentially thinking about is creating something in parallel or expanding that system so that you can submit these standard Excel sheets, upload them so they can database them. Right now, they haven't published any portal or haven't told anybody that for sure it's going to be like that, but it seems logical and likely that this will happen at some point in time. That's the summary of the tech-enabled traceability. So lots of nice words, but essentially they just want to move from less structured data to more structured data. And they want to make sure that they push that responsibility to industry so they don't have to spend hours and hours and hours trying to figure out where something came from if it's problematic. What are the other parts, the other core elements of the blueprint? So there's a second core element that has to do with, so they call it smarter tools and approaches for prevention and outbreak response. They have this machine learning pilot program that they're trying. They're trying to get, so they call it domestic mutual reliance. Basically, in the United States, there's a federal system and there's different state systems. The jurisdiction is different, the policies are different. And they're trying to figure out how to get everybody in one centralized system. So at least if you're in California and you're dealing with somebody in New York and there's an import detention in New York, you're on the same system as California, so they can see the same information, because currently that's not always so easy, even within the FDA, not even speaking about if the jurisdiction changes and it's USDA or somebody else. So that they're trying to, make it more efficient in that way. Remote regulatory assessment is about addressing this problem of resources. We can't send FDA inspectors everywhere in the world every week of the year without expanding all, to see every food facility without expanding the resources exponentially. So can we do that remotely? Does that make sense? How do we do that? What would be best practices for remote regulatory assessment? And then they're thinking about building some new databases. So there's this idea about the genome tracker. This is essentially federal, state academic partners trying to encourage laboratories to be able to test things and then submit to a database that's centralized, so that way they can more easily identify when pathogens or parasites or viruses for the food chain are related to each other. They see the same problem come back 5 years later, or if they see the same problem from different regions, etc. And the third core element is new business models for retail modernization. So they're publishing some food kits. They have these, so they have a website they've set up, Retail Food Safety Collaborative.org. It's a push to try to make education a bit better in the retail sector and what everybody else is doing. And it's a bunch of the organizations that are involved with setting policies in the United States for food safety. So AFDO, the CDC, the FDA, etc. And they're trying to make sure they're all using the same word, the same message, the same core principles, the same ideas, because historically it's been really disparate. Many different messages from the different regulators. They also have done a series of summits related to e-commerce and food safety. They're interesting, they're worth watching. If you're really interested in them, they're easily available online. There are many hours. There were summits, so some of them are like 5 hours long, and some of them are 4 hours long. But they're just conversations about, what's changing. It's a sort of conversations like we're having today in this conference. But directly from people that are in FDA or 𝐶F-SAN or the other groups that are participating in the decision making. So it's interesting to listen because you can see directly what their opinions and what their ideas are. The fourth element is what I was talking about in terms of this these webinars for food safety culture. This is related to the food facilities. So how do you educate food facilities? Part of this was for the United States, but mostly in the United States, it's quite standardized for current good manufacturing practice. I think they were also making with the idea of it being available overseas for any countries that don't have either strong cultures of food safety or adapted processes to the United States, or where the regulators don't have money to invest to make this type of stuff. So yep, they're trying. It's interesting to check out, so you know it's there. And sometimes for food facilities, it can be useful as a supplementation to the training that you have. FDA, I think even in their own internal documents, when you read their own reports about, they did like a huge literature search about food safety culture. What does that mean? What's published? How do we promote it? What can we do as a regulator to try to make sure people are more aware of the small step that they're doing in their work is part of this bigger picture of from beginning to end, preventing people from getting sick. Yeah, I mean, as a regulator, you can do some things. It's not very clear. There's not good examples of regulators that themselves have made changes like this or been really instrumental in promoting them. So even in their own internal, I grabbed this from one of the reports that they have. There's very little on how government agencies can promote strong food safety culture. It's a bit of a nebulous idea, and they're not sure what to do about it. But they're trying to figure that. They're trying to figure that out, and they at least put it on a document to say, let's think about this to figure out how to go forward. Some additional resources that I can offer, and like I said, I will figure out how to get you guys these links. FDA program website, webinar and slides. This you can see the blueprint. They tried to, before the FDA website, was really hard to manage. Now it's a little bit more navigable. It's not as nice as the European regulators' websites, but for the new blueprint, it's quite clear what's on there. So the description is there, the writing is there, the purpose is there, and they have some webinars to explain them. Quick regulatory note from the United States. If you're going to read any of the actual legislation, so you read any of the final rules from FSMA or from the new ones that come from the blueprint, you must, if you want to understand them, go to the proposed rule and read the preamble for the proposed rule. There's a lot of discussion and regulatory comments that are not in the final ruling. In the final ruling, they just put, these are the requirements. If you're interested in why, or you want more details, go see the preamble. So if you're reading any final rule, you will always see these notes. For example, the legal authority for this rulemaking is discussed further in the preamble to the proposed rule. And they give a reference. It's not in the actual legislation. It's just in the proposed legislation where you find those documents. So when you go to the FDA, when you go to the FDA documents on the US government websites, you can always see the different things related to that docket. There will be always a rule when it's finalized, and before that, there will be a proposed rule. But they're important. There's a lot of information. It's good. It's good to read them. There are some resources about these novel or new artificial, synthetic, lab-grown in vitro foods. But the FDA in the United States hasn't published anything themselves. If you're interested about what may happen in the United States, just a note, the US for now has decided that they're going to call these cell-based or cell culture. This is simply a marketing question that's related to industry preference. If you look at the academic publications related to these types of products, the risks of these products, and we're talking about just food safety, not even nutrition or anything else. There's a lot of different words that are there. So you see artificial, synthetic, lab-grown, in vitro, but don't be confused about if you see something in the blueprint about cell-based foods or cell cultured foods, what it's referenced to. It's referenced to this in vitro lab foods. But it's the Food Agriculture Organization has some initial documents about their thoughts on this. And I wouldn't be surprised if FDA is actually taking that highly into account when they start thinking about how they organize it in the United States. I know that was a lot of information. First, I just want to say thank you for allowing me to come on today and hang out with you guys for a little bit and share. I'm happy to answer any questions that you guys have. I know the time is short and we're all running along, but I can also stick around for a little bit and see if there's any questions in the question and answers or chat that I can address. And if not, if there's anything special afterwards, 𝐉𝐻, then just reach out to me and I can try to either connect with you or write back in an email, and we can spare answering any other questions that are lingering that come up later today or tomorrow or anything like that.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for your wonderful and resource-oriented presentation. We are so happy that the way you explain tech-enabled traceability is IAS-oriented traceability systems, and before toolkit it is new for us. We want to learn more on that. I'm so happy that the way you given the presentation with more resources with link, it is highly useful for our participants and our team pupils. Thank you so much for presenting this, sir. Thank you. Yes, sir. So next we are moving to next person. Yes, we are getting people from R&D, new product development person, Mr. Pranjali Khan. Sorry, Pranjali Khan. Sorry for pronouncing in a different manner.
Hi everyone. Am I audible?
Just a minute. Yeah.
Yes.
Sure. I just share my screen. I don't have the access. Can you?
Yes, I'm sharing to register. Yeah.
Okay,
Just
sure.
a minute. Sorry, it's a protocol. Yeah. So we're happy to introduce Pranjali Garg. Yes, she's a co-founder. Just a minute. Yes, sorry. co-founder in ProMeet Incubator at IIT Kanpur, young and energetic person from R&D and new product development. Presently, she is working in plant-based chicken product using cutting technology in indigenous underutilized cod crops. She is qualified in Bachelor of Technology focused in food technology and management from NIFTM. Okay. Today she is going to deliver on a topic: low carbon footprint food tech innovations, sustainable smart foods. Happy to welcome Ms. Pranjali on this topic. Please proceed with this.
Thank you so much.
I'm stopping the session. Yeah,
It's
please.
enabled. Pranjali, now it's enabled. Please check.
Yeah, now I can check. Now I'm able to check.
Thank you.
It's visible.
Is the screen visible?
No, not yet.
No.
Oh, okay, just.
Some flashes came and gone. So I'm requesting all the speakers to little bother on the timings. So we need to give time allocation for 4 speakers as well as question and answer session also. Yeah. Yes, bring a little bother about the timings, please. Yeah.
It's visible now?
Yeah, it's getting loaded, I guess.
It's loading. It's loading now.
Yeah, visible.
Yes, meat like better, like meat just better. You're getting. Okay.
So, yeah. So I'll start with a brief introduction of mine, and then I'll take on to what I do and what ProMeet is all about. So as you know, my name is Pranjali Garg. So I've completed my BTech from NIFTM. NIFTM is National Institute of Food Technology, Entrepreneurship and Management, which is a central government institute backed by Ministry of Food Processing. So during my early days in college, I started a company called ProMeet, which is a plant-based meat product company. And why we started this? So basically, traditional meats taste great, right? They're very versatile, very nutritious. However, they contain undesirable components like antibiotics and hormones. Worst part being animals face extreme cruelty, and the entire process leaves a devastating impact on the climate. So with these things in mind, I decided that we can, with the food tech knowledge that I have, we can work on something that can help the environment, that can help the animals, as well as create a positive impact. So we created, we tried with different technologies, including electrospinning, wet extrusion, dry extrusion, to create a product, a meat analog, which is very, very similar to that of meat, but is 100% made from plants. And the range of products that we have now includes plant-based burger patty, nuggets, kebabs, minced chicken, sausages, salami, pepperoni, etc. And these are 100% nutritious products, 100% clean label with no added flavors, no added artificial preservatives or colors. They are 100% made from indigenous crops like moong, pea, soy, and they have no soy aftertaste issue, which most of the currently present plant-based meats have. And these products have a frozen shelf life of 12 months, and our product IP lies on the fat blend that we have created, which makes the product very, very juicy, just like a real meat is. So with my journey, I want you to understand that with the food tech knowledge, we were able to create a product which was very similar to that of an animal-based product. And as I mentioned about my journey, during my journey, we were backed by Government of India through various grants, as well as IIT Kanpur, IIT Bombay, Unilever, and certain international organizations as well. So the food sustainability space is a very, very large ecosystem. And all of us are really trying to build an ecosystem of sustainable food creation, where there is less carbon footprint during production, during consumption, as well as during the wastage stage. So with our products, we have tried to cater to these 6 sustainable development goals, the most important ones being climate action as well as good health. So if I talk about the food industry, so in the world which is grappling with climate change and environmental degradation, it is crucial to explore innovative ways in which we can reduce the carbon emissions throughout the food cycle. So if I talk specifically about the food tech industry, we contribute to about 25% of the global carbon emissions, and which is huge, right? And if I particularly talk about the meat industry, that like causes more environmental damage than the entire transportation segment combined. So food production, transportation, and waste generation all contribute a lot to the carbon footprint as well as carbon emissions. And there are certain instances in during food production, like livestock grazing, deforestation due to livestock, methane emissions during livestock grazing. All of these issues have a very big impact on the climate. So how do we deal with that, right? So here with there are many food tech solutions available right now in the market, as well as all of the food researchers and technologists are now working towards sustainable solutions which can actually reduce emissions throughout these stages of the food production cycle. So that is something that we have tried to do with ProMeat. And now I'll give you certain more examples of what we can do as a food technologist or as a food community together, so that we can bring down environmental degradation and damage during these stages. Firstly, minimum reduction, and then eventually as we move ahead, we can reduce them gradually. So one example that I can give you, it is a very a common example nowadays, and we see a lot of brands even in the D2C space doing this. A lot of researchers have very closely worked on vertical farming. So if you know, now there are a lot of technologies as well as AI and IoT powered technologies which are enabling like farmers as well as people who are involved in the agricultural cycle to really contribute towards reduction of water usage during agriculture, reduction of emissions, as well as reduction in wastage. So one example I can give you is of hydroponics, aquaponics, aeroponics, right? You all must know about these examples, but one recent technology that has developed is phagoponics. So as you know that like growing plants requires a lot of water. There are a lot of emissions during like agriculture, a lot of methane emissions, CO2 emissions are there, as well as there is a lot of wastage that is associated with agriculture. So with these technologies, we are able to really utilize the water in very specific quantities where we are not wasting water. And why it's efficient is because there is also reduction in wastage at the end of this at the end of the cycle. One example that I was mentioning was phagoponics. So now you must know that aeroponics and aquaponics are already a thing, but phagoponics is a new technology that is now being present in Singapore market, where plants are being grown by fog. So what happens by using fog, right? So what they're doing is that in fog, they're infusing certain nutrients. They're fortifying the fog with nitrogen as well as other nutrients that are required by a plant to grow. So basically doing that, they're reducing the water usage to very minimal. So it reduces the water usage to about 1/10 of what is required in an actual agriculture. So all of these technologies are now coming up in the food tech space, which are not only reducing the carbon emissions, but they're also very efficient in terms of the capital or the expenditure that is required for growing these products. And also not only they're reducing the emissions, but they're also reducing the wastage. So that is the most important part. So the next important thing in the food tech industry from a carbon footprint standpoint is cellular agriculture and lab grown meat, right? So I already mentioned to you about plant-based meat. So basically in plant-based meats, what we do is we combine various plant-based ingredients and we texturize it to basically give you a texture to that similar to that of meat. And we add certain spices to make it taste just like that of meat. But what we do in a lab-grown meat is that we take stem cells from animals and then we grow them in bioreactors and basically in a culture, and that's when we get a meat product. So why this technology? Because here the animal cruelty is being reduced, whereas the meat, if I specifically talk about the meat industry, it causes more environmental damage than the entire transportation segment combined. And with the cellular agriculture as well as lab-grown meat, we are able to reduce the water usage by 89% and reduce the carbon emissions by 99%. Specifically, I'm talking about greenhouse gases. They are reduced by 99% compared to agriculture. So with these kind of technologies, we are actually able to achieve our target of reducing footprints. And why I'm really taking you through these things, I think all of you might know little of the details about these products, but these technologies. But why I'm taking you through these again is because there are a lot of innovations in these space that is happening. These technologies are at a very nascent stage in a lot of, especially in India, and they are being actually grown a lot in Singapore or certain countries. And with the food technologists here in India, the researchers here in India are working a lot on these technologies. And we, being from a food tech background, what we can do is we can work more towards these technologies and try to give more inputs, study more about these things, and actually create certain solutions where we can bring down the emissions as well as the environmental impact. The next thing that I want to talk about is sustainable packaging and waste reduction. So firstly, sustainable packaging, right? So particularly if I give you an example of ProMeat, what we have tried to do is we have created a packaging which is 100% sustainable. And it is also basically it has barrier properties where we get a frozen shelf life of 12 months. So this is something that we were able to achieve after a collaboration with a lot of companies. They were not only based out of India, but also abroad. So the example why I'm telling you this is because the world needs to come together to actually create an entire impact. And basically how you can able to work on these technologies is by collaboration. So that is one key takeaway that I would like you to take from here. The next thing I want to talk about is waste reduction. So now there are a lot of companies that are working on, creating systems where they can track where the products, where the agriculture produce starts, is actually being produced, and how it is exactly reaching to the end consumer. So they are basically tracking down the entire supply chain, and that's how they are reducing the wastage. So they are tracking down the areas of common areas of problems where wastage are being caused. They can either be due to the environmental conditions or due to the transportation condition. So they are not only curing this by AI or IoT devices, but also by creating packaging, which is keeping the products in a way that they're not kind of the food wastage is reduced, and there is no time or temperature damage due to which the foods get wasted. This is specifically a common problem with frozen foods like meats or perishable food items like fruits, vegetables, or milk, etc. So I mentioned more about ProMeat and about what other food tech initiatives are being done in this space, right? But what is the call to action here? So I would like to specifically tell all the participants here that as I mentioned, that we can only bring down the impact in that is created by the food tech space on the climate by collaboration. So here, the food tech innovators, the researchers, the students, PhD scholars who are working in this field, the policy makers, government, and the consumers, all of us need to work together to actually bring an impact. So I already mentioned about the food innovators, but how policy makers come into this picture, right? So if I give you an example of FSSAI as well as USFDA. So FSSAI has recently launched a vegan logo where they're promoting plant-based products. And that is one step towards, bringing down the climate impact, negative climate impact. And if I give you an example of the USFDA, recently they have given a certification to a cell-based meat in the US. So that is a very big win for the cellular agriculture space as well as lab-grown meat company, which is working on that. So policymakers come here, right? They implement policies so that we, food tech innovators as well as companies who are working in the sustainable space can actually bring the solutions to the consumers easily, and so that we can bring down the climate impact together. And as consumers, what we can do, right? So as consumers, what we can do is we can make sustainable choices. Now, if you see, a lot of companies have started mentioning on their packet that this is a vegan product, or this is a 100% sustainable product, this is 100% sustainable packaging. So all of these labels are being made so that consumers are more aware and that they can make their own choices by choosing sustainable products. And, it starts by an individual. Once we start consuming products which are sustainable, which have low climate impact, which are not creating animal cruelty, so that's when we create a change. So I think all these three pillars are key to working together and really bringing down the climate impact. So I think that was all from my end. I tried to keep it short. If anyone has any questions, I'll be happy to answer. And thank you so much.
Thank you so much, madam. We have separate question and answer section. People are raising some of the question. On the Q&A section, we'll get back to you on these questions.
Sure. Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, madam. Yeah. So we can go to next presenter. So next is Mr. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐧𝐝. Yes, sir. So we are welcome Mr. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐧𝐝, sir. He is experienced Chief Operating Officer with the demonstrated history of working in the non-profit organization corporate management industries. He is having more than 25 years of administrative profession at CEO level in various countries, and he is a skilled NGO head with 12 years of hand-on experience. His complete turnaround voice, that is voluntary organization interest of consumer education into a major national social organization as visible. I'm welcoming Mr. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐧𝐝 to deliver his talk, sir. Welcome, Mr. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐧𝐝.
Thank you, Mr. Prem Kumar. Thank you, Mr. Venugopal, and all others at CCC and all my fellow panelists for this wonderful opportunity that I got to speak to all of you. I'll try and share the screen.
Mr. Sanyal, just sorry to bother you. One small announcement. I request all the panelists to turn on the video so that we can take pictures. Some may leave, that's why. Sorry, Mr. Sanyal. Please turn on the video.
Would it be possible for you to share my presentation there?
Do it. I will do it. Yes.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the help.
Madam, you are doing, ma'am?
Aarti has. Aarti, yeah. Jessie is also joined for the video. Just a second. Let's.
Aarti, madam, please switch on your video.
Yes.
Look up, please.
So I'm the lucky one with a photo session. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Aarti?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you share the video, Mr. Sanyal's video?
Yeah, ma'am. Yeah, ma'am. 1 moment.
Please.
Yeah, while Aarti shares the video, in fact, let me come back to my previous speakers. I had the opportunity to hear a couple of them. I was late in joining because of the whole day program that we had in Vigyan Bhavan today. It's the Government of India, FSSAI, Ministry of Health program on food safety, which was a wonderful program. And the speakers basically spoke about the food chain, the food system, the food ecosystem, the food fork to plate. Fork to plate kind of an approach where they talked about the food chain overall systematic approach, which was so encouraging to hear, in fact, about the development. What I'll be doing is basically I'll be concentrating on a small portion of that, and which is basically the evolving sector of packaged foods. Now, we all know that packaged foods have emerged as basically a sector which is multi-billion-dollar sector, which is growing multiple times across the globe, and more so in developing nations like India. So when we talk about food system, we normally talk about MS 1480 of 2019, which is the HACCP standard. We talk of ISO 22000, basically of food safety management. But when we talk of packaged foods, these actually have a role to play in the overall
Hello?
food management system, but they also have a role to play in the packaged food
Lingama.
system. Can I have the full screen, please? Aarti?
Yeah, just a second, Aarti, just go down. You'll find a full screen actually.
No
down.
problem. I'll carry on with this
Please.
issue. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank
The next slide, please. So my topic is very, very specific. I don't know who chose it and how it was chosen, but it's very specific whether a system basically will work or not. It's on the packaged food product.
Ma'am,
That is
On
something
formal-
which is called, I would request everybody to mute their
yes, ma'am.
phones, please. Thank you. So whether Health Star product rating will work in India or not, that's $1 million question that all of us have been debating for the last over 9 years across the country. The civil society, the regulator, the ministry, the medical fraternity, the nutritionists, everybody has been discussing this for the last over 9 years, in fact, and believe me, there's been no conclusion. So I am not a wizard who can say that yes, this will work or this will not work. I'll point out certain areas which says that there are better systems available, but more so, why are we talking about Health Star rating and front of pack labeling? So let's talk about front of pack labeling first, in fact. And what is front of pack labeling, or globally it is known as front of pack nutrition labeling? It is something which basically tells a consumer on the packaged food, on the front of the pack, what is the content, important contents of the food. Now I'll stick to this and I'll come to the mystery part later on, in fact. And why are we trying to do it? Because we are trying to control something called the non-communicable diseases. We know that today communicable diseases have been overtaken by non-communicable diseases, and basically this to overcome this non-communicable diseases, there are multi-pronged tasks before the government, before civil society organizations, before the medical fraternity, and we know that basically a very, very large proportion of diseases account for non-communicable diseases, which is estimated to be around 65 to 68% now in India. I'm talking about deaths, or basically diseases are definitely going to be much higher, which are controlled by medicines. High blood pressure, diabetes, and obesity are top 3 factors of mortality globally, and so is it in India. And in India, the statistics are even more startling, even more gloomy, and 1 in 4 Indians are at the risk of dying from a non-communicable disease before they reach the age of 70. Now, 70 is the cutoff age, notional age, in fact, where, of course, the life expectancy now is reached 78.7 years in India, which is a good sign. But then we've just, this is the Ministry of Health data, so they have taken 70 years as disease death ratio calculation methodology. So, NIN Research 2019 reveals excess consumption of foods which are rich in salt, sugar, and fat, saturated fat mainly, in rural, urban, and tribal areas. Now, this is the surprising element of it. The NIN study clearly proves that we have breached the boundaries of geographies. The NIN study and further studies done in this sector by various fraternities in terms of data collection have proved that the disease is well spread in urban areas, matched by rural areas, and widely spread in tribal areas. That's an area of concern. That means that it has reached the demographics, locational advantages that some people in the rural areas or in the tribal areas enjoy. And excess consumption of high food, fat, sugar, and salt foods are linked to rise in diet-related maladies. So we have already talked about diet-related maladies, which is basically blood pressure, diabetes, and obesity. So basically, we are talking about 86% of the deaths of of deaths in non-communicable diseases in low and middle income countries. This is also a changing pattern. This is not a stagnant figure. 66% of the total deaths caused by NCDs, that is 86% is to 66%. So high percentage is caused by NCDs, non-communicable diseases. And let's talk of some statistics. It's important to set the ball rolling. In fact, almost 26 lakhs were because of cardiovascular diseases. Over 12 lakhs were due to respiratory chronic diseases, and further studies say that around 10 lakhs were deaths were due to cancer, and around 3.5 lakh diseases were due to diabetes. Now, as I said, these are rising figures, and these were basically calculated a few years back. So the next study is going to actually prove where India is in these terms of mortalities. Now, if we break up this 12 lakh due to chronic respiratory diseases, we come to further conclusion that smoking is one of the major causes of causing cancer, and half these deaths are due to smoking, or what half? I think 70% of these deaths are due to tobacco consumption. And if you look at, again, cancer, I would say that almost 80% deaths are due to again tobacco consumption. So there are related factors which can, if controlled, can reduce these diseases. We know that by now because of statistics released by Government of India. Next slide, please. So we are talking about HFSS foods, high fat, sugar, and salt. This is not my abbreviation or expansion. This is WHO's wordings, in fact. So India is set to emerge as the third largest market for packaged goods, which I said is a $1 billion industry already. And by 2030, we'll be just behind China and the United States, which is something which has to be looked very, very carefully. Packaged food emergence in, as I mentioned earlier on, in urban, rural, and tribal areas. Packaged food sales reach approximately 45 million tons in 2020. I believe the latest figure is approximately 62 million tons, but that has to be re-verified, so I'm not mentioned it here. And consumption tripled during COVID. We all know that. We are all consuming packaged food at that point of time. And Lancet study found that processed food accounts for nearly 10% of the average total calorie intake, in fact. And calorie intake, as defined by NIN, I'll come to that later on, is approximately 2,000 per day. In fact, I mean, it's something of a debate whether the child calories calculated per day for a child should be more or less than an adult, or for elderly should be different. But I'll come to that debate later on, in fact. But majorly, it is the consumption of ultra-processed foods, UFPs, as we normally call as activists, which is emerges a major cause for causing non-communicable diseases. Of course, absence of exercises, sedentary lifestyle, they all contribute to this particular fact. Next slide, please. So what is front of pack labeling? The crux of the question. And front of pack labeling, and as I said, it is globally known as FOPNL, in fact. And it is basically based on nutritional profiling models. I'll come to NPM later on in terms of detailing. But front of pack labeling basically is a labeling that depends at the back end on the nutritional profiling models, helps consumers to select healthier options, healthier foods, which is you and me, and it will improve. It is supposed to improve in dietary intake and help in reducing the risk of non-communicable diseases. And we are not magicians who can say that they're going to eliminate non-communicable diseases, because there are various other factors, as I mentioned, but definitely it has been proved, and WHO has said that very clearly, and so has our Ministry of Health said very clearly that if we select food, if you select healthier food, then the chances of non-communicable disease as a killer disease will basically reduce drastically. Next slide, please. So why FOPL? I've answered it partially in my previous slide, but FOPL is believed to be one of the most efficient tools influencing consumer behavior. I am a consumer activist. I belong to a consumer organization, and this is something which is number one point for me, that we as consumer, we are novices. We are basically, we don't have any clue at all what the food contains. How many of you actually need the nutritional fact before buying your daily bread, butter, jam, cheese, whatever it is, milk, ghee, dahi? There's a lot of information, as you can see on the nutritional fact given in the photograph, in the graphics. But do we read it before we buy? I don't think so. If I'm supposed to ask to raise the hand, in fact, we did it in schools and colleges. And believe me, 80% of the hands went up saying, no, we don't read the basically the information label that is provided by the mandate of FSSAI. So we don't know what food are we eating. In fact, we go by the claims, we go by the attractive designs, and we go by what is mentioned in the front of the pack, basically, honestly or dishonestly, and we buy it, right? Enable food choices. Now, this is as per the Consumer Protection Act, as per the WHO guidelines, and as per the UNGC guidelines, that consumers must have choices. Now, this choice is provided by FOPL, which is front of pack labeling, by giving a choice to consumers to buy healthy food or unhealthy food if he chooses to buy so, and it's totally left on the consumer. Informs consumer in a simple and fast way about the content of 3 emerging factors, 3 contenders for basically high HSSF food, which is basically sodium, salt, and sugar. I've switched over to the word sodium for salt. For scientific reason, we can't call it salt, it's sodium. And saturate, again, from fats to saturated fats, again, for scientific reasons. And discourage the purchase and consumption of unhealthy food packages. Now, the word unhealthy, again, is in brackets. It's not been defined very, very clearly. It's something that is coming up during discussions, during stakeholder consultation meetings, as a debatable subject, what is healthy and what is unhealthy. Let's say a healthy food would be something which is below the threshold levels of sugar, sodium, and saturated fat as mandated by WHO or as mandated by Food Safety and Standards Authority of India. That's a simple explanation I can give at this stage. So excess intake of unhealthy food, processed food, is also because of easy availability and misleading advertisement, labeling, and claims. This has been found to be true because I also work for ASCII and also with CCPA, which is the Central Consumer Protection Authority, and also as a member of National Standards Body, which is the BIS, and also with FSSAI. So this comes in bundles. This comes in, thousands, in fact, to us, misleading advertisement, labeling, and claims. And this is something that we flag off, we red flag very, very cautiously, because of simple reason that these are exactly what the consumer looks and buys. They are not reading the back of pack labeling at all. And that's why front of pack labeling should come into the picture. That's a simple argument as a consumer activist I can give at this stage. Next, please. So I was asked this question, health star rating, is it good, bad, ugly? What is it? So I'll start with health star rating. So what is health star rating? It's basically in the front of pack labeling, which is the front pack where there is the brand name, the claims, and some details about the product. There will be half star to 5 star, right? Stars, exactly what you see in your ACs and your refrigerators and in your it's something that very, very we carefully will look at while buying our durables, in fact. So 5 star will appear as half star, as 1 star, or as 5 star, or as 3 stars. And this is prevalent in Australia and New Zealand only, 2 countries who have tried it for the last almost 7 years now. High-in labels, also called as warning labels, and in which case the warning label will simply show a label, octagonal, a triangle, or a square, in fact, where it will just tell you this is basically high in salt, high in sugar, high in both, high in saturated fat, high in all three, maybe. So it is basically showing excess of X to a consumer. That's all he has to read. Whereas in HSR, he has to basically interpret the star ratings into his benefit and say whether, let's say I say that this has got 2 stars, good for my health, I am diabetes, I don't know. Those facts are not mentioned, that those are again back of the pack. There is also a GDA model. It's basically presents the number of calories and the amount of certain nutrients, mainly salt, sugar, and fats, and the percentages contribution. GDA is also prevalent in some of the countries. There is traffic light system, which basically came up in United Kingdom first, in which it simply shows you the traffic lights. Red means bad, high in, amber means it's your choice. I mean, it means basically you want to skip the red light and go, or you want to stop there for the red light. So it means it can mean anything, in fact. So traffic light system is again under, I would say, a little bit of controversy in terms of the amber color, which is appearing in most of the packaging, because it's neither red nor green. And Nutri-Score is another which is very prevalent in the European countries, and basically it basically rates product in A, B, C, D or E category, and under that there are some calculations. You have to carry your pocket calculator whenever you are going to the market to buy your bread and butter and a marmalade or whatever, cheese or whatever it is, in fact. So I mean, these are some of the prevalent model. Next, please. Label designs. I'll basically just to indicate to you how does the label look, in fact, in terms of when I call it something called a multiple traffic lights, when basically the GDA model, the warning symbols, the Nutri-Score, the health star rating system. So this is how it is supposedly designed on the front of the back label, which is basically prevalent in many Latin American countries who have taken the lead in this particular case, and of course in neighborhood Sri Lanka has also incorporated these, and Israel is the latest incumbent in this, and they have the most interesting model of warning labels, of course. Next, please. So global practices indicate very clearly warning labels only, and this is most of the countries now are switching over to warning labels because of simple reason. They have found benefits in consumer understanding. Because ultimately, what are we trying to do by FOPL? Because no food is banned, no food is told to be basically, no more sales, nothing of that. It's just left to consumer choice. So if the industry is worried about, warning labels coming in and stripping their goals in terms of targets or in terms of profit, well, it's going to be there in the market. Whether it's high in salt, sugar, or fat, it's still there in the market. The choice only transfers to the consumer besides the regulator and the industry. And if there are warning labels only, or any other light, for example, traffic light or health star rating, consumer basically takes charge of this buying decision, which is one of the best ways to transform the entire system of educating consumers about their purchase behavior. Next, please. So healthy or unhealthy, and this is exactly what is under debate and will remain so for quite a long time. I'm not going into details of this because of two reasons: my own timing and also timing of this conference, in fact. But let's put it this way, that WHO Southeastern Regional Organization, CRO, has developed an NPM, which is basically focused on foods high in added. These are basically some of the recommendations that WHO has for countries in India, which is very, very important for us to hold, that we have standard developed by WHO for FSSAI to adopt or for Ministry of Health to adopt. Next, please. I'll go slightly quickly from here. So basically, what CRO says is how much of sodium, how much of free sugar, how much of total fat, how much of saturated fat. This is something that will appear ultimately in the front of pack labeling whenever the regulation is announced. And a recent study by AIMS and University of North Carolina revealed that 32% of the ultra-processed food and beverages in India meet the WHO regional threshold. So nothing to worry. There are products which meet the standards, the global standards of WHO, which is something which is good news to hear from India. Next, please. So what has the government proposed? The Food Safety and Standards Authority of India on 13 September 2022 has proposed a health star rating, which is based on INR, which is Indian Nutrition Rating, which is again developed by FSSAI. And this is a draft regulation, in fact, which is open for comment. The comments have been sent. Most star indicates the food products are better positioned to provide daily human healthy foods, nutrients. So that's the summary of what the government has already proposed. Next, please. Our health star rating beneficial for consumers, in fact. So, I mean, the information that is available globally as well as in India, basically, the information being made available in FOPL will only work if it is impacting the consumer behavior and basically telling the consumer to go towards nudge him towards buying healthy foods. Otherwise, it will not work, in fact, right? So basically, the health star rating does exactly the opposite. It gives star rating, just exactly what your air conditioner has or refrigerators or fans have, in fact. Now, star rating for a common consumer basically means it's good. So the consumer will never think about negativity in the star rating. That's one alarm bell that basically rings in everybody's mind. And this also includes positive and negative ingredients, which means a cola, which has, say, let's say 48%, or you just heard about the health drink controversy having 50% sugar, right? That will also carry a star, basically, because it has minerals and vitamins. So it will carry stars. So star connotes good for consumers. So it will confuse consumer is our presumption. Next, please. So warning labels, on the other hand, will tell very clearly, this is it, consumers. It's in your hand. You want to buy unhealthy food, try it out in moderate quantity, try it out. If you have diabetes, please don't try this food because it's high in sugar. If you have cardiovascular problems, if you have high BP, oh, this is high in calories, avoid it. Or you want to try it at your own risk or ask your medical practitioners. It basically allows consumers to simply easily identify. Next, please. Why are we or health experts opposing health star rating? It's important, and I'll just finish up in exactly 2-3 minutes now. Given the high prevalence of diet-related, FOPL it's supposed to come in as a critical policy initiative, interference from the government sector, and basically change the eating habits. Now, health star rating, we believe, will not do so. Warning labels, on the other hand, we believe will do so. And we are basically against this health star rating because of simple reason that we believe it's not going to help the consumer change of behavior. And warning label outforms health star rating, traffic light system and guidelines amount in GDA basic labels by basically measuring the consumer habits very clearly in terms of the purchase habits of avoiding, I'm using the word avoiding, completely or totally or partially unhealthy foods. Next, please. Why should, the second aspect is, should FOPL be mandatory? In the government proposition, it is said that it should be voluntary. We say no at public health measure, it should be mandatory. Definitely mandatory, because in that particular case, the consumer base, the industries have to either reformulate their products to make it healthy or come in the market as unhealthy products. Next, please. So these are some of the theories that we carry, and I've vaguely answered the question that has been asked to me about the FOPL health star rating. I've not answered it completely because it is still under debate. But these are the takeaways that we have as consumer organization. This is what the consumers say. This is what the medical fraternity say, that stick to warning label. It's simple to understand. It doesn't beat around the bush and basically gives consumers a clear understanding. Thank you for your patience. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for a wonderful presentation on voice of consumer. Yes, it's really more valuable and made more of clarity on labeling part. Thank you so much for the presentation, sir. So next, I'm welcome Mr. 𝐅𝐨𝐨𝐝, sir. Please start your presentation, sir, because we have running shortage of time. Okay, so please go with your presentations.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am. Can I go ahead and present?
Yeah, please,
Sir, please.
Thank you.
Is my presentation visible?
Visible, sir. Visible. I'm seeing PLR, Food Labeling Regulatory System in India.
Yes, perfect. So I'm going to quickly go into and
please make it full presentation. It is seeing double one. Is a presentation and the next slide view also coming. Make it a slide presentation view, sir.
Oh.
No, this is actually connected to an external monitor, is it?
My thing is connected to an external monitor.
Correct.
No, see, when you connect to an external monitor, this will not go into a full screen mode. This is always a challenge.
Is this better?
Yeah, this is better. Perfect. Yes.
It's okay.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you, CCC, for inviting me for this conference as well. Most of the times it's a little difficult to step in after eminent speakers, and I have the privilege of being the last speaker for the day, if I'm not wrong. One covers all the points that you wanted to cover before, so I can happily keep my presentation short and to the point. Second, just wanted to have a few remarks as well. Sanyalji's presentation was, of course, very good. We've had multiple occasions. Most of the time I'm on the other side of the table representing industry rather than the consumer side, and FOPNL may not be as good as it's made out. I'll cover some of it in my presentation as well. Just to go a little bit into what makes food so important, and most of these points are already covered. We know that we've become one of the largest we've become the most populous country in the world, and everyone requires food to survive. Our packaged industry is, packaged food industry is comparatively small, but it's growing day by day. And therefore, it's one of the biggest and the most enticing markets to be in as well. But how did food regulation come into being, and how does labeling actually come and affect consumer behavior, as well as what does labeling actually play? Why are we talking about labeling, especially on Food Safety Day? It is because it comes in from food safety regulations, as we already know. Just to give you a brief background about the food safety regulations, prior to 2006, we did not have a consolidated regulation. We had the Prevention of Food Adulteration Act, which was one act that regulated food products, and multiplicity of regulations which had product compliance standards, which were meant for individuals. So for example, for milk, we had milk control order. For wheat, we had a separate order that controlled the standards of wheat. And in these orders, it gave out what are the labeling requirements that are mandated for these products. This made it a very haphazard situation where different products would have different information that is presented. Cut short to 2006, when the Food Safety and Standards Act came in, it modeled and created one single legislation which would be applicable for labeling for food products as well. These labeling regulations were ultimately notified in 2011, after which we had the FSSAI regime under which we work as of now. So under the food safety framework, we have the Act, which looks at, which gives the basis of how everything for food products is regulated. And it also gives out the offenses and the punishments as well within the Act itself. The rules help in enforcement of the Act. And under the rules are regulations which address different aspects of all food businesses. The most important one, and at least the one that we'll be discussing today, is the aspects for labeling that comes in from the FSSAI. As I've already covered most of this, but under the Prevention of Food Adulteration Act 1954, the labeling regulations was basis on each product, which made it ununiform or non-uniform across products. 2011 introduced the first set of integrated regulations which are applicable to all food products and gave out certain mandatory information that was supposed to be made available to every consumer who, when would go and buy a food product, would be able to see, evaluate, and decide whether or not to buy the product. We moved a little ahead of that in 2020. The trend started actually from 2017 when FSSAI decided that the labeling and the packaging and labeling regulations 2011 covered way too many aspects within it, and therefore it needs to be split. It was split into 3 different regulations. The first being the packaging regulations, which regulate the material that can be used for packaging of food material. We also had a lovely presentation before Sanyalji from ProMeat, which said how circular economy comes in, where FSS actually regulates that as well, what packaging material can be used, whether we could even, one of the latest developments in that is now we are allowed to use recycled plastic as well for packaging food material to a certain extent till the time it does not come in direct contact with food, so on and so forth. The second regulation that came out of the packaging and labeling regulation was the claims regulation. This regulation regulated what claims can be made on every package of food product. And the third was this labeling and display regulation, which regulated everything that was mandated to be printed on the food product for the information of the consumer. So what are the key features of these labeling regulations that we have as of today? In our labeling regulations as of today, we have the most important aspect is, of course, the name and category of the food product. If you pick up any food product, you'll see 3 types of names that are given on the front of pack itself. First is, of course, a brand name, which may or may not be the true representation of the food product. I'll give you an example. Real by Dabur is, and these are no reference to any clients, and I hope they're taken in that way only. So Real is a trademark, which is by Dabur, and that's the brand name of the range of products. The second level of name that is put is what is the generic or the common name of the food product, which would at times be, say, for example, juice. And the third, it could be brand name is Dabur, the trade name is Real, and the name of the food product is juice, whether it being apple juice, mixed fruit juice, so on and so forth. If you pick up a label, if you pick up a food product and turn it on the other side, so the front of the pack, which we normally see when we go to a supermarket and pick up a food product, is what we normally call the ad panel. These are basically advertisement space as well in one sense. While government regulates what can go onto this and what cannot, there are the government also mandates that you need to have one panel which is dedicated for having all the other mandatory information. This is called the principal display panel. On the principal display panel, if you pick up any processed food product, you would have a list of ingredients and additives. This is supposed to be given in descending order, so it's very easy for the consumer to realize as well. We've heard about the Bonvita controversy that happened recently as well, where somebody said, oh, it has so much of sugar. It's very simple. Any consumer who's picking up a product can look at the list of ingredients. The list of ingredients are given in detail as to what is going in, and they're supposed to be given in descending order of their weight that is put into the product. So if the sugar is the first one, everyone would know that yes, sugar is the maximum amount of product ingredient that is going into making of that product. Going down, it needs to give out all additives as well. Because we have descending, order of ingredients. Most of the time, additives such as colors, preservatives, or anything that is added to ensure that the product remains safe and viable for consumption is what we would find in the last thing. There is also another requirement. Now, you would have come across some food products which will mention a percentage of a particular ingredient in the ingredient list as well. Why is this? This is because the government mandates, FSSAI mandates, that if you are using or emphasizing on any particular ingredient on the face of the pack, on the ad panel, either by word or by an image of the product, of the ingredient, then the percentage of that has to be there. So if, for example, you pick up a box of almond milk and it shows a large almond on the front of pack, if you turn it behind, you would also see the percentage of almond that is going into that beverage or into that plant-based milk. This is to prevent companies from making unnecessary claims saying, oh, they would show, say, guava on front, but you would realize that it actually has no guava in it, but it's an advertisement that is put, so on and so forth. So in order to prevent that, you need to see if the percentage is given. If any item emphasizes using an image or word on the front of pack, they need to provide the percentage, ingoing percentage of that ingredient in the list of ingredients. If you're declaring, and of course, I gave the example of guava, if you're declaring a flavor, you need to declare that there is a flavor. You need to at least give what class of flavor it is, whether it's an artificial flavor, whether it's a natural flavor, or whether, it needs to be mentioned in the list of ingredients. There is also the nutritional information panel or a table that you see in most cases. These give out what are the mandatory requirements. And now, after 2020, once the FSS labeling and display regulations have come into effect, it gives two columns at the end. One is where it gives you information per 100 grams, and second, it gives you per serve. Per serve is just how much you're supposed to ideally consume in one given go. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐧𝐝 was saying that, you give the consumer the choice to understand and evaluate what they should consume. The industry already does that. FSSAI has made it mandatory to have the RDA percentages of any of the 5 or the 7 or the 5 primary elements of the food product, as well as if you're making a claim for any particular nutritional use or any health claim on it, then you need to give the ingoing percentages as per your RDA, how much does it need within it as well. You will also perhaps appreciate that under food regulation, you can only have one RDA as the maximum. If the food product has more than one recommended daily allowance of any nutrient, then it needs to go under Drugs and Cosmetics Act and would need to go in as a medicine. Just to give you an example, vitamin C. Now, when we add vitamin C to a product, vitamin C also needs to be added only up to 1 RDA level. And you would see in the tables that are given, it will say 100% in most of the cases, because vitamin C is easily available. You can add Avla powder, so on and so forth. And the information has to be given within the nutritional table as well. And that is when you can also make a claim saying either the product is source of vitamin C or rich in vitamin C, so on and so forth. And there are criteria that are laid down by FSSAI in the claims regulation when these claims can be made. Of course, India being a culturally and a religiously sensitive market, we're the only country in the world that has a vegetarian and a non-vegetarian logo that is declared, which has now become inherent in our system. Everyone, whoever looks at a product, would first see the vegetarian or non-vegetarian logo. The new FSS labeling regulations have changed the non-vegetarian logo from a brown dot to now a brown triangle, so that it's easily understandable even for visually impaired people. One of the classic things or classic requirements of packaged food industry and labeling in India is the FSSAI logo and the license number. I don't know if you all know, but it's very easy to know whether or not the company is still functional, what products they are allowed to make, so on and so forth. This is the license number. Most of the time, this is only used by FSSAI officials also to trace and prosecute if required to any particular food company if they don't have the permission to manufacture a particular food product which they are selling in the market. So this information is also actually given on every packaged food product itself. We have the expiry date or the use by date that shows the limit by which the food product would be considered as safe to consume for humans. We have moved actually before 2020, under the older regulations, we had something called a best before date. The best before date was a quality parameter. It was not actually a safety parameter. Since we are on World Food Safety Day, you all will appreciate that we've moved away from the quality parameters now to a safety parameter under our labeling for end of life of any food product. Today, we have to declare an expiry date, which is actually different from the best before date. A best before date would allow you to consume a food product even after that. However, use by or expiry date marks the end of the life of the food product. We obviously have to give the date of manufacture as well, and it will very easily show the shelf life of the product now by just looking at the date marking. FSSAI also mandates that the name of every manufacturer, brand owner, or the packer, or the bottler, or the importer needs to be declared along with the FSSAI logo and license number. This gives information to all consumers to check who has actually made this product, where does this product comes from. Under the 2020 regulations, we've also now included the allergen declarations. These help people identify what if there is an ingredient that is known to cause allergy, whether it's gluten from any of the cereals or whether it's egg, fish, so on and so forth. This needs to be now declared on the label. It not only needs to declare the ingredient, but if the product is being manufactured on the same process line, we also need to now indicate cross-contamination as may cause, may contain, if there is a chance that the product may actually contain cross-contamination if HACCP is not properly applied and if 5 samples have not been tested to show that there is no allergen that is present. So yeah, going forward, there are also some specific logos that are there, which are now very prevalent in the Indian market that inform the consumer as to what these products have or have a key feature about. We talked about the veg and the non-veg logo, which is shown on the right bottom of the screen, where we have a green dot, which signifies vegetarian food, and a red or a maroon triangle, which signifies non-vegetarian food products. The Jaivik Bharat logo is exclusively used for organic food produce, and considering that a lot of people are preferring to use organic food today, but they should ideally look for this logo, which ensures that the product is certified organic, which means that they are complying to the APIDA's NPOP or NOP program and have got their license in the food product endorsed by FSSAI to ensure that the product that you are actually consuming is organic. We have the +F logo, which is for the fortified logo. It is to be present on food products which have been additionally fortified to make sure that an additional nutrient has been added as per government mandates. In countries, we actually, my organization was involved in some of the research that led to the inclusion of fortified logos. State of Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh realized that there is a severe vitamin A and vitamin D deficiency. Prior to these as well, we had the deficiency of iodine that was very prevalent in India, and all your salt was, or rather is, fortified with iodine to ensure that people in India don't suffer from goiters, and that's a fortified food product. Similarly, now for certain states, then it's mandated your atta, your oil has to be fortified as well. The logo on the bottom left of the slide is the milk logo. This logo is only restricted for milk products, so that it's easy for the consumer to identify that this has been made from an animal origin milk. It signifies that the product is from dairy-based animal origin of milk. And these are applicable to every product that are predominantly made from milk. These include ghee, your normal Tetra packs of milk, butter, so on and so forth. The first logo on the slide is the vegan logo. This has now been mandated for all vegan food products to carry after an endorsement by FSSAI. These signify that this is not only vegetarian, but it's one step above vegetarian and does not include anything from animal origin, which excludes milk or dairy products, as well as excludes honey or so on and so forth. There are some other regulations that are applicable on food products as well, which regulate labeling. One of the most important one is the legal metrology packaged commodity rules. These are not so much for food requirements, but are for consumer protection requirements as well. They give you the consumer helpline number, a complaint number, and declare the quantity that is ingoing for that food product. You have the Consumer Protection Act, which prevents companies from making false claims, having false advertisements, or ensures that companies don't undertake unfair trade practices. Under the FSS Act, this is just to give you a brief overview on the punishments for misbranded food, the products, and if misbranded would also mean that you do not have any of the information that I had stated before. If your product is found as misbranded, FSS officials can put a penalty up to 3 lakh rupees on your product. Coming to what is the new challenges or the new things that are coming under the labeling regulations in India. Snehal spoke a lot about nutrition, front of pack nutritional labeling, which is going to be a 5-star. We don't know how or would it have a positive impact or not. And that's a very broad, open-ended question, considering that there is no definition of what is considered healthy. The formula that FSSAI has currently proposed also is not something that suits Indian needs, as well as most of the business industry has also requested FSSAI to reconsider, considering the fact that our diets, the consumption of food patterns is so different in our country that a person in North India would basically have 90% of different food items than what a person in Southern India would, or somebody in Eastern India would. Also, in terms of ingredients that we consume differs largely by geography. What problems or health problems, including non-communicable diseases that are prevalent, differ from north to south to east to west in India. Without looking into these information, without analyzing these information, jumping the gun and saying that front of pack labeling would be allowing the information to the consumer to make a healthier choice may not be appropriate in that sense. There's also another one where FSSAI and the industry is currently debating, and we have a matter that is sub judice before the Delhi High Court, where we are representing some of the companies. It's on the use of the word milk. Whether plant-based milks like almond milk, soy milk, oat milk, and we are seeing a number of other plant alternatives that are coming in, dairy alternatives, plant-based drinks that are coming in, can they use the word milk for right thing? We believe that, you can use the word milk or, butter primarily because examples like coconut milk or cocoa butter already exist in our vocabulary. I mean, we believe that the consumer is smart enough to identify when somebody says soy milk, that it is not milk from a cow, but it's actually milk from soybeans, so on and so forth. Before wrapping up my presentation, I also wanted to just go into one of the most prevalent cases that happened in India, and I'm sure everyone who's attending from India at least would remember, where Nestle took to FSSAI before the Bombay High Court on matters that FSSAI had issued a recall order for two reasons. One was allegedly the levels of lead was too high, and second, that it stated on its package that it had no added MSG. While the levels of lead ultimately on follow-up testing showed that the level of lead was actually correct, it was initially mistaken by the laboratory to have tested on the wrong parameters, and therefore resulted in showing higher lead levels of lead, whereas in the tastemaker, the permissible limit of lead was higher per se as well. But the reason why I wanted to discuss this case was because this was also one of the biggest cases where a company was held liable for misbranding on no added MSG, because MSG was ultimately found. Nestle did determine that the MSG was a resultant because MSG was naturally present around in the water that was being used to make the product. However, it did mention correctly on its label stating that it was no added MSG. The Bombay High Court said the product was still misbranded. The appeal before the Supreme Court is still pending. But this was for the first time in India when the government ordered a recall of a food product at a countrywide level. And government also initiated a consumer complaint for misbranding under product liability laws, which are still nascent in India, but the consumer matter is still going on. That's all that I wanted to discuss about food labeling with every one of you all today. Thank you so much for giving me the privilege of being a part of this esteemed panel and participating for this discussion.
Yes, thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for your timely presentation. In this present, food industry is facing a lot of issues on this labeling part. On that, you have given a lot of clarification and input on our present industry requirement. Thank you so much for a wonderful presentation, sir. We really enjoyed. It's more informative. Thank you so much once again to you, sir. Yeah. So now we are going for polling with all the participants. We have questions. Yeah.
Request all of you just to take a quick poll, please.
Poll, yes,
It's
please.
just a feedback. So just 5 questions, objective type, yes or no.
Yes.
We've initiated, launched the poll. Request
Yes,
you all
launches.
to. Yeah.
So
2-3 minutes.
participant, please attend in this poll so it can be useful for further improvement in our program sessions. Yeah. Though it is our 4th year and we are running to our more and more sessions, we need input from your point of view.
For continual improvement.
So 12 of 25, 13. 54%.
Requesting all the participants just to take this poll quickly, please.
Yeah. So not even 10 to 15 seconds, but it's valuable to us. 14 of 24. So once it is completed, we can go for Q&A sessions. Yes, 14 of 23. So 16 of 23.
That's okay, at least. This 20 we'll try to get, and then we can. It helps to get back to everybody, you know, with the feedback.
Yes, just.
A small booster dose for the organizers.
It's shall we end the poll?
Yeah, we can end the poll, but just
Yeah,
close
I'm
the-
ending now. Okay,
So just
1,
for-
2, 3, yes. Fine. So we can go for Q&A session now. So I can go for the first question. Mr. Irene Galaranga Finance is asking, is halal certification also recognized as one of your food quality standards? I'm requesting Ms.
Suniti ma'am has joined. Yeah. Ma'am has
Suniti madam,
joined, I guess.
Yes, yes,
If-
I've joined, ma'am.
can you please answer this question, ma'am?
I actually did not get the complete question. Can you just repeat me? I
Yeah,
cannot
repeat.
see
I'm
also on
answering,
my-
ma'am.
No question. Where is it in the Q&A box,
I'm
Prem?
not able to see it.
It is not in Q&A, it is in Q&A, sorry, it is first question, ma'am.
No, in Q&A or chat. No,
Q&A, Q&A.
Q&A, ma'am. Just check Q&A. The first question, open.
No, actually, you know, I had left in between and then I had.
No problem.
So
Just
I-
I'm sharing in your chat
No,
box
I'll
now.
just-
in
I'm
my-
sharing your chat box. Just a minute.
Yeah, I'm not able to see it, right?
Okay,
Just a
okay,
minute.
okay.
No problem with that.
Oh, rejoining.
Rejoining, it doesn't come, yeah.
And somebody's
Check your
logging
chat
in.
box, ma'am.
No, Prem, she is
Halal
unable to.
certification. Is
Oh.
that the question?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
I mentioned in chat box.
Right.
Yeah,
Perfect.
it is, we have not made any Indian standards on halal certification. And so that is what it is, a no from our side. In fact, this is more like a private certification, you know, and these are based on standards which are maybe set by private bodies. I am aware of certain Arab countries, you know, they have their own standards for halal based foods and certification. Similarly, Malaysia has their own standards. But in India, we do not have standards on halal based foods.
Okay,
If I can just add.
Hello.
Yeah,
Hello.
yes.
This is Krishna here. I would just like to pitch in a little here.
Yeah, please.
The latest development here is that we are coming with the Indian Conformity Assessment System for halal. Okay, and 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐧𝐞 will be the first notified body to give halal certification as per the ICAS.
Okay.
So this is the latest, actually. Our
And then
accreditation-
what would be the standards for that?
Okay, so the ICAS has laid down the standard. It's coming under product certification. It is there on the in the QCI website under the PADD scheme. So I'll do one thing. I'll just paste the link in the chat box for everyone.
Yeah.
If I can interject here as well, there are a couple of things. One, as Suniti ma'am correctly pointed out, that we don't have standards for halal, while what QCI is stipulating as well is going to be a private standard, which is an optional standard. Halal certification is actually mandatory only for while you're exporting to Middle East or Malaysia, so on and so forth. And there are already bodies in India which give you a halal certification, which primarily is meant for export. These are national requirements while while importing these products into such specific nations. There was a discussion having a different standard for Indian food as well, which was supposed to be called Sattvic Food Standard. While it was initially proposed by FSSAI, industry also was to some extent not very pleased with the standard, because we also believe that adding additional standards is increases the cost of compliance for any food product manufacturer. These also include smaller companies. However, there are mandated FSSAI standards which every food product needs to comply with regarding if they're standardized food products or even if they're proprietary, they need to meet the certain standards that FSSAI has stipulated. And I think that is the only certification that should ideally be present for food business operators as well, which we anyways have to comply with.
So here what has happened is even the Indian bodies who are now providing the halal certification, they will also have to comply to the ICAS halal, which is by QCI, and they have been given about 6 months time to comply with the requirements as stated under the ICAS halal. So they are bringing it under one regulatory framework. There's a notification from DGFT to this effect. Right now, it is only for the meat and meat products. They have not opened it out for the entire range of products which are currently having halal certification. So only it is restricted to meat and meat products right now, the ICAS halal.
Hey, just add on if
Yeah.
See, I think what happens is whether it is Sattvic standards or certification or halal certification, we must understand that these are not exactly based on what we call as food safety. These
Correct.
are more on the religious considerations, like in halal, there are some prohibitions, like this cannot be used or etc. Now, in fact, we also, for the Sattvic certification also, we did the Sattvic Council of India, they have formed one body. And they did approach BIS also that they should be standard. So we did take that up and we put it to our technical committee. And our committee was of the firm view, that the standards that are to be made on scientific basis. So now when we talk of food safety, you can talk of HACCP, you can talk of FSMS, you can talk of basic hygiene practices. Now these all will be something, which because of religious considerations, one country wants, or maybe the consumer has preference for, like they may want this kind of a certification to be assured, that this is halal food or it is Sattvic food, etc. But then our mandate should always be science and food safety, per se. So this is not going to be related to that. So I do not foresee BIS making a standard on halal foods or for Sattvic foods. But yes, what we did then consider is in terms of food safety, can we have a certification maybe for like a veg food certification or a non-veg food certification? Not saying it as a Sattvic or a whatever, you would like to say that. I think as food safety professionals should be more on safety rather than going into these other kind of, otherwise, as you were saying, Mr. Gurshari, there will be no end to all this. I mean, there are so many private certifications. That's
And
more
ma'am,
marketing.
More on this.
If I can just add one thing, ma'am.
Yes.
If I can just add one thing,
Yes.
ma'am, if BI, by the way, FSSAI has already come out with standards and inspections for vegan food products in which ways, which is one step ahead of veg as well.
Yes.
To be really honest, at least giving out an industrial view for MSMEs or multiple companies, as soon as these under section 17, if these BIS standards are made mandatory, it actually causes so much of havoc for compliance for these companies as well in most of the time. While we appreciate, especially when, I'm restricting my comment only to food sector, considering that there are already pre-existing standards which are applicable under FSS. As per Lex Specialis as well, I mean, isn't it FSSAI's domain to actually set those standards and administer them? When we get contrary standards that are made for similar food products under BIS vis-a-vis FSSAI is where the problem actually comes in. We've seen these multiple times happen where we've had to make representations to BIS requesting BIS to change the mandatory standard or remove it. One such, of course, was where it became harmonious and FSSAI decided to accept BIS standard was the water standard for packaged drinking water, where now all food business operators need to have both. Similarly, for AgriMark, we were finally able to convince FSSAI that AgriMark does not add any additional value as compared to a standard vis-a-vis FSSAI standards, which in most cases are more stringent than the AgriMark standard that were present.
Yes, sir, we can go for next question. Yes, sir.
Sure, sorry.
Because we are running out of time. Sorry. Yeah.
No problem. No
So
problem.
next question to Krishna ma'am, it's for you. I put it in chat box. I'm going to read that question.
Yeah.
Um,
Specific regulation related to food service
yes.
aggregators.
Specific food service aggregators, regulatory or MS standards, any development or status from Suga's is asked on this.
Okay,
Please put your thought on this.
Yeah, as far as the management system standards are concerned, at least e-commerce has been identified already as a category right now. Okay, so their food service aggregators definitely can be considered under the e-commerce. And as far as the regulatory framework is concerned, these food service aggregators basically appear to be anyone who's actually providing food service. So it is similar to anybody who is doing food retailing. So if you see the food service, the KOBs that are identified, you have to identify with it who you are. And then accordingly, that framework you can be applied to you. So there are like food services who can be caterers. There are food services who are vending establishments. And then there are food services who are retailers. So you need to identify yourself as one of them. And then whatever are the licensing related features around it in the Schedule 4 is applicable to you. That's how it has been approached as of now.
Okay. Thank you, madam. Thank you so much. Madam, next question to Ms. Sumit. Sanchit, ma'am. Yeah. ISO standards double as technical trade barriers. Farmers wanting to export their products many times. How to get their product certified with respect to ISO standards? Some products produced in India have constituents falling outside the ISO standards range. Can you please let us know what farmers must do in this case? It's really we need to answer on part of farmers.
Actually, I'm not very clear if this is for me, I think.
Yes.
Yeah, I am not really not able to understand. See,
simply I can say how farmers can comply these ISO requirements or specific to the product's requirement. Once it is not able to comply on that, what is the regulations guiding them to?
No, see, ISO standards like BIS standards are always voluntary actually. They are not referred in regulations. That is one thing. And if the ISO standards become mandatory, it is only if they get referred in some of the regulations. Okay. Now, I don't know whether they are talking for some particular product. It is obvious, that standards, they actually become technical barriers to trade. That is a fact also. Each country, they have their own standards, because they want to protect their own industry. Yeah. But as far as saying that there are some products which are produced in India, they have constituents falling outside the ISO standards range. So what I understand from this is that there are some products for which there are no corresponding ISO standards, is my understanding of this.
Yes, I'm also accepting this one.
If there is no ISO standard, then how will even conformity to the standard come into picture? See, this will always be between an agreement between the buyer and the supplier. It has to be between the two, the importer and the exporter is what I guess. So in that case, see, the best way is that your own country standards, Indian standards in that case, have to be harmonized with the global standards, that is the international standards. Only that in that case, whatever you're producing domestically, you will also be able to export to the outside, to the other countries. So maybe if there is some specific question, I think I may be able to better answer, but this is from what I could get.
Yes, I'm accepting your answer on this question. More than that, it is relevant to product questions. Sorry, product standards.
Yes.
Once coming to farmer level, majority of standards needs product level. So FSSAI is giving lot of activities and standards on that, and guidelines also available on that. Okay, ma'am. Fine. Thank you so much for this Q&A session. We are closing this Q&A session because of this shortage of time. Yeah. So, Mr. Stephen, sir,
Yeah, Prem.
I'm closing this Q&A session now.
Yeah, Prem, go ahead.
Yeah. Madam, shall we go for
Yeah, please,
vote
please.
of thanks?
Somebody was asking my question, sir. Somebody is asking. Prem, just a second. There are a couple of people
Yeah,
who have
please,
raised their
please.
hands. How many people have raised their hands? Jyoti, how many? One person, I guess. Now she's
Jyoti
asking my question. Jyoti Johar, what's your question? Aarti, can you please unmute Ms. Johar, Jyoti Johar? Can I think I can also unmute, right? Let me just check. Just 2 minutes, Prem.
Jyoti
Let's give the
I'm
unmute.
not able to
unmute.
find your question in.
Yes, no, I need to
Q&A.
unmute. No, just a
Can
second.
you, Jyoti, can you put your questions on chat box?
No, she's
Yeah.
actually, no.
Yes, I got it. Can there
Got
be a
it.
logo for allergen information also? I mean, pictorial
Right.
representation means a lot in question of correct food. So I can request Mr. Arshid sir to answer this. Logo for allergen information.
There is no logo for allergen information. Allergen information is supposed to be declared on your PDP as separately with the words contains, followed by the name of the allergen causing ingredient. So apart from having it mentioned in the list of the ingredients, there has to be a separate declaration, which is normally now supposed to be given under the ingredients list itself, saying contains milk, contains gluten bracket wheat. If there is wheat in it and it has gluten, which is going to carry out, that it has to be given. There is no specific logo for it. For trans-contamination or possibility of cross-contamination, you need to mention it as may contain wheat or manufactured in the same premises that also process nuts, for example.
Yeah.
Yes, pictorial would have been better, but unfortunately, there are no guidelines or manner in which all these allergens can be easily declared. Not only that, there's also not enough awareness that these logos would be identified by the general public. To be honest, it took India close to a decade to get used to the veg logo and the non-veg logo itself. Now we have the vegan logo, we have the fortified logo. If we get allergen logos for 7 or 8 normally known allergens, it'll take people a lot of time just to get used to what these logos are. So
yes,
it's best written in one simple line.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Any more questions? I think we have covered a lot of things, got answered in the time of chat box itself. That's what we have chosen this unanswered question and we have cleared out from.
Okay,
Any more
then
questions?
let's go
Anything is there?
for
Please
vote of thanks.
feel free to raise your hand and we can answer it off.
Let's go for vote of thanks.
Yeah, fine, sir. So let us close this Q&A session now.
Yeah.
Yes, let us go for vote of thanks. Yes. First, I'd like to thank our Anil Jowhari sir for making this wonderful this series of presentations. He is always our backbone for making these sessions by giving wonderful faculties and presenter on this session. Okay, I'm thanking to all our wonderful and what is knowledgeable speaker on this session today. We gained lot and lot. Really, it's lot and lot. We people's got lot of information for implementation perspective on food safety, particularly on this standard. Some of the standards so far we are not aware that you made us to aware about standards, particularly on this USFDA part. What is particularly FSVP, FSMA part is a wonderful session is given. Mainly, we covered more on food safety culture also on that. We got more information through these eminent speakers on this day. I'm really thankful to one and all for your wonderful timings, good amount of time for preparing this PPT and made us to learn all this process. Thank you so much. Always we are thankful for Rama Madam. I don't know how she is getting this much amount of time for making this series of trainings. Really, we are all amazed. We literally trying to learn from her how she is getting time. We are also having 24 hours of time, but we are not able to deliver that much amount of output. Within a short period, 6 trainers, 6 speakers, 8 speakers, just like that, she is organizing. She's getting things. Always more than thanks. I'm appreciating our President Rama Venugopal Madam for this wonderful session in short span of time. in short span of time. It's really a wonderful thing. Thank you so much, Rama Madam. You made this wonderful session to all these industries. More than participants, yes, you made this for industries. Yes, we like that approach. That's what we still see traveling a lot and lot in this industry perspective. Literally, we are connecting industry and schemes. Okay, so that is the main theme we are having on this stability. It is not a thing we are promoting something on what is client based or something. We are promoting concept, technology, legal regulations, consumer oriented activities. That and all we are promoting. On our perspective only, we are using these World Food Safety Day, everything we're taking as a theme and we are delivering this concept. Thank you so much. At last, yes, participants, wonderful participants today. N number of questions. Yes, really, we're happy with these participants. From beginning to end, they have participated. They extend their passions. We are so happy with these participants. Please give your more valuable feedbacks other than this poll. Please feel free to contact through email. You can give your suggestions. Always we are having a positive way of thinking to incorporate all these inputs in forthcoming sessions and all. Thank you so much once again to all of you people. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Prem,
Madam, anything
last but not the least, thanks to the back office team.
Of
who
course.
has been working tirelessly with
Secretariat team.
non-stop. 3
Non-stop,
days
non-stop.
of continuous program, around 30 speakers. It's not a joke. So thanks to the back office team and Rama. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Do join us for VAD on June 9th. That will be the last session for the June month series. Again, we will meet you all in the November quality month series again. So do join us for VAD. We will send you a mail. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. It was a very well organized session.
Thank you, Suniti ma'am. Thank you so much. Thanks for supporting.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.